Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Ghostlight RPGs presents Monster of the Week, Duskfall. Tonight is our epic conclusion, our finale. We are here, as always, with the same 5 hunters and me, your keeper. My name is Justin. My pronouns are he, him. I'm very happy to be here. Very happy to be putting a nail in this coffin, as it were. Ooh, how fun. I forgot to come up with a question, but you know what? I just thought of one. Tonight is, as we play this, tonight is December 22nd. In game, it's December 23rd, ironically, so that's fun. So with that in mind, the holidays are coming up. So I guess my question for everybody is, my little icebreaker as we go around, say your name, say your pronouns, say your character, and also tell us, what is your favorite holiday activity or winter activity? I'll start by saying I'm right now drinking some delicious wassail, a little bit spiked even, out of a mug that says the tears of my players, and I think this just became my favorite holiday activity. Thank you to Taylor and Emma for this. Why don't we pass it to Emma?
Hey, thank you. My name is Emma. My pronouns are she, her. I play Nels, who is the veteran of our group. One of my favorite winter activities is going Christmas caroling or just singing with my friends, and I got to do that this year, and that made me very, very happy. So yeah, that's what I like to do, and I'll pass it to Taylor.
Hey everybody, my name is Taylor. My pronouns are she, her. I play Percy, whose pronouns are also she, her. My favorite holiday activity is driving around the rich people neighborhoods to see the lights. That's the one.
Nice. They always got the best lights, those rich people. Pass it to somebody else, Taylor.
Oh yes, that's right. Jess, heading your way.
Oh my gosh. Hi, I'm Jess. You can use whatever pronouns. And I'm Mac, the most epic tracker you ever did meet. She uses she, her pronouns. And my favorite Christmas tradition is skipping midnight mass and having a second dinner, during which we eat things such as lumpia and cookies. And then we get to open one present, which implies there are multiple presents for you under the tree. Yeah.
Nice.
And I will pass it to Jake.
Hi, my name's Jake. I'm playing Darby, the hunter, Darby Bennett, and both of our pronouns are he, him. And, favorite wintry, Christmassy thing? I don't know. I really enjoy making, Swiss Miss hot cocoa with milk. Because it's already supposed to be milky, but it's just not milky enough for me. So I always make it with milk, and it's just a delicious, creamy thing. And that is how I celebrate the winter.
That is how I celebrate the winter.
Yeah.
That's great.
And Ben, have you talked yet?
I have not talked yet.
I'm throwing it your way.
Thank you. My name is Ben Issacs. I'm playing Cal, they, them pronouns. And my favorite Christmas tradition, holiday tradition, I guess, is probably kind of in the lines of Jake, that it's but I've been making really strong black coffee and putting eggnog in it. And it's been so fine.
I love it. So we've got wassail and coffee and eggnog and hot cocoa, Swiss Miss specifically with milk. So we're milk. We're a thirsty bunch tonight, and that makes Jess happy, I bet.
Pardon?
That was an inside
else
joke
is
that
new?
nobody else probably
Whoa.
understood.
I guys sort of got it. If I know what you're saying.
Jess, just go check out Jess Go on Twitch,
no.
and you'll understand more.
Oh no. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, do I have that? Do I have that down here? Wait,
Have what?
never mind. Hang on, I'm trying to
no.
do something.
Okay.
Let me do one thing. Sorry, everybody. Yes, it's on there. Okay, it's in the chat, by the way. if you want to go follow Jess's channel, where you'll find more. We'll just say thirsty content. It's good stuff.
That's what
it's
I thought.
great stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Sure.
famously innocent.
Okay.
Sweet.
Anyway, back to tonight's content, which is noticeably less thirsty. We are playing Monster of the Week. If you haven't watched the previous episodes, I would recommend maybe doing that. Otherwise, you may be a little confused tonight. I will give a little recap, though, so if you just want to stick around and work your way through it, we invite you to do so. Content warning, tonight's show is rated R. Violence, language, bits of gore. Bits of gore is, well, that's
Conservative.
fun. That's fun. We also utilize safety tools such as color cards, just to keep ourselves comfortable and respectful of each other's boundaries. So you may be seeing those throughout the evening. Don't forget to follow the channel. You can also subscribe if you so wish. We would love your support, especially now during the holiday season. It's a time of giving. If you would like to support literally the 6 people you see in front of you, you can do so by contributing to our Ko-fi page, which I just popped into the chat. And any donations made there go directly to us as tips, and we appreciate them. We also, just for the sake of it, I'll throw on there our Patreon, which you can join, and will allow you to become a part of our Discord community. Join tables, join in on the conversation, ask us questions after streams and stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, enough of that. The last thing I'll say here is that you can catch, as I said before, all of our past episodes on YouTube, on our YouTube VOD. What am I trying to say? Our VODs on our YouTube channel, and including all the past Duskfall episodes and tons of other stuff. If you like the horror theme, if you like this horror kind of stuff, we have a whole 24-hour stream on there of a Halloween fest that we did with like it was 5 different shows, one-shots, all kind of spooky themed. So I recommend checking it out. Okay, I think that's all. I'm gonna take another sip here of my wassail. Now, we did skip our session last week, and tonight is our finale. So that being said, we may go a little bit longer tonight, just to make sure that we get a satisfying conclusion in here. So we hope you're down for a bit of a longer one here. But who knows? Maybe it'll be over in an hour. I honestly can't tell. So we'll find out. When we last left off, the town of Smalltown, Colorado, is under siege. There is a specific war going on between demons of Dovavale and Fae of Moonvale. The two factions are kind of going at war over these missing crowns, the crowns of chaos. Each of their respective leaders had theirs stolen from them. And, well, yeah, so now they're blaming each other, and Smalltown, conveniently, happens to be the battleground of this war as it starts. Luckily, most people, unless you're in the Duskfall Society, you can't actually see the war going on, because monsters are pretty much invisible to anyone who's not indoctrinated into the Duskfall Society. At least that was the case. When we last left off, the night of December 23rd, all of that changed as this magical, warfare going on weakened the state of the veil or the shimmer. This kind of effect that allows civilians to remain oblivious to these really very real threats. That weakened and was destroyed, and now citizens all over town are witnessing horrors before their eyes. And let's just say chaos ensues. So, you five have been having a bit of chaos yourselves. Nels and Percy and Cal have been trying to understand magic within them, we'll say, of different kinds. While Mac and Darby, I had nothing to say there, actually. Mac and Darby are also there, and that's a really
Also
mean way to say it.
Magic within them, but
They're discovering magic of a different kind with Chuck. Overseer Lauren Stongo, the once mentor of Darby Bennett, now the overseer of the entire Duskfall Society, has come to town, thanks to Darby, who called them. She came to town with, like, SWAT enforcement, Duskfall Society members, other hunters, essentially, but, like, decked out for war, specifically. Her and Darby, she and Darby had a bit of a talk, and then she left, let's see, I'm giving too much specifics now. Let's just get to it. So, where we left you all, Cal was heading off into the forest to follow up on a voice in their head. Nels and Percy were heading off to the hospital, and Mac and Darby were heading out to find Overseer Stongo and the rest of the Duskfall Society to see how they can help. So let's go ahead and start this session, this wonderful, wonderful session, in the forest. Cal, you are running through the dark in the forest, just outside of Smalltown. You're, it's cold, it's December in the mountains, and yet your body is, I don't know, used to it, or just numb to it, maybe, but you're barefoot, you have your Santa Claus outfit on, but you are just full sprint into the forest, searching for the energy that has drawn you here. You feel it up ahead of you. Something is there, something powerful. And as you are running, what is going through your head, Cal?
Guess I'm just wondering who this is. Who is calling me by name?
Yeah.
By my Fey name, the name that I was known there. So it seems like it was someone who I was acquainted with when I was in Moonvale.
You stop. Around you, the snow is still. The sounds of the battle in the town are distant. Something is here. You turn and look and see, as stepping out of the shadows, a tall, maybe 8.5 feet tall, slender figure. They don't, to be clear, they're not like, awkwardly skinny. Like, their body, fits their height. But they are just, they're not human by any means. They are something else. stepping out of the shadows, two eyes that just are like pure white, kind of stand out in her otherwise dark, featured body. That voice that you recognize from your mind. Manling, welcome.
Who are you?
Who indeed? Who indeed? I go by many names, as do you, it seems. Manling, Zazis, Cal.
Names are fun, I guess, but they're not perfect.
Nothing is. I was hoping, Manling, that we could chat for a bit. But I suppose in order to do that, we should lay our cards on the table, as it were, no? Stepping a bit farther out of the shadows, you start to see taking shape, not that 8-foot figure, now that they kind of step out of the shadows, seems to be getting a little smaller. It's almost as if they're like, they find some sort of illusionary or even, power of some kind within the shadows, but stepping out of it, you see about a 6-foot tall Fae, whom you've never seen before, but instantly you know is the king of the Fae, Polyper. How's this?
You are Polyper.
I knew you'd recognize me. So, how are things?
Things are not good.
No?
No.
Not for
There's
me
a war
either.
between the Fae and the demons, as you know.
I do. I do know. What do you know of it?
That it's causing a problem in this small town. That it's because you've lost your Chaos Crown, and so has the King of the Demons, presumably.
Yes, she is quite a bitch. The crowns. You know where they are?
No.
No.
Do you?
I wish. I know they're here. In this place. Nearby.
How do I find them?
That's for you to figure out, but I'll tell you this. If you can find them, if you can bring me both of them, I will give you many things, Manling. I will give you what you want.
What do you think I want, Polyper?
Walking a little closer to you, taking their time, walking around you. Still, honestly, there's no crunch of snow as they stride around you. What do you want? You live between two worlds? Seek pleasure, as do we all. No? I can provide for you a community, a family who will understand you. I will welcome you into Moonvale. You will no longer be an outsider. Zazis. You will be the best of us.
I don't know if I want that.
I know you have ties here to this place. That's all well and fine, but they'll never understand you. They'll never accept you. You know this. You've seen them. I'm just saying, think about it. You're doing me a big favor. I would do it myself, but to be honest, it's a bit beneath me. There's also the matter of, well, something tells me you're the right person for the job. Think on it. And then leaning down right next to your face, I won't be far. And then just stepping back into the shadow, his two white eyes disappear. And you are alone in the forest.
I would like to figure out what the fuck is going on. So I think I want to read a bad situation and try to get some insight into what this game is.
Sure.
That Polyper is playing.
Go for it.
A 10.
A 10. Fantastic. Let's see. I don't have the questions pulled up in front of me at the moment.
I have them here. So let's see. Some of these questions don't quite apply to this, since it was kind of a.
Go ahead.
Guess it was.
Assert a few
Perhaps
of your
investigate
own.
a mystery would maybe be.
Yeah. We'll just go ahead and with a 10, we'll just say, ask me one specific or two general questions about the situation.
Okay. I guess I'd like to know. I don't know. I guess I'd like to know if I'm in danger, or if Nels is in danger, or if any of my companions are in danger from Polyper specifically. It seems like they're toying, like Polyper is toying with me, and that's concerning, I guess.
I'll give you this. You think that, I mean, yes, at any given time, you're all in danger. Absolutely. By Polyper, by whoever. I mean, these are monsters, and at any time they could come out of nowhere, and you know what I mean? Like, you know how powerful he is. The thing is, something about the way that he was saying you're the person for the job makes you think maybe he's not toying with you, and maybe he actually needs you. But why you?
Okay.
I think there's an element of you wonder how someone so powerful, if he knows that the crowns are here, why is he not out just searching for them right now and taking them for himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
He says it's beneath him. Maybe.
I don't believe it.
Maybe there's something else to it.
I don't believe it.
And you know, yeah. So I'll say that you think that he actually does need you. He needs you maybe more than you know he would say.
Okay. And then can I maybe ask more? One more. Just what is well, I don't know. What I want to know is what having both of the crowns will do for him. And
You know.
I mean, I probably just don't know the answer, and probably, I don't know, can't really glean that. But
Right.
it seems like it may be dangerous, perhaps. I guess is there a potential threat that I was able to read in their like manner, in his manner, that might indicate that this is maybe something I shouldn't do, or that
you know what you know about the crowns. The crowns were originally one crown, right? And that crown was incredibly powerful. At some point, it was split. Its power was split into two separate crowns, and either given or taken by each of the respective rulers of two of many monstrous planes. Right? They, with those crowns, can rule. It amplifies power. It they are, for all intents and purposes in our game, MacGuffins, of course, but they are they're very good.
cool.
You know that if he had two of them, if he had like both of them combined back into one crown, that would send Dovafel, the demon plane, reeling into an unorganized wasteland. Whereas both planes are chaotic, but they're it's like organized crime in a way. So without the crown, you know that Dovafel would probably fall. At least Basari, the queen, she would fall. She would fall from power. Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. Well, so now I'm wondering, like, how to track down the crowns. I mean, it seems like the best lead we have is the splinter that's in Nell's arm.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, that seems to be the best lead. So I think, I don't know, since Polyper is gone, so I can't ask them for a lead.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to
Great.
trust your team on that. Yeah. So you head back to town?
Let me check out this magic list real quick. See if there's anything magical I can do out here that might. So I think I'd like to use magic to summon one of the Fae to me.
Okay.
To see, like, one of these Fae that maybe are in the town, even just sort of like yoink them over into the forest.
Yeah.
Here, someone who I think would know something or be on the trail of something. So I don't know if there's maybe a specific kind of Fae that does things for Polyper, or I don't know if there's like a commander, or someone who would maybe be in Polyper's forces who I would know about, or if I should just like kind of yank a random pixie out of the whatever.
Go ahead and roll use magic.
Okay. That is a 7.
7. So a partial success on use magic, so it's gonna come, but with a glitch. So here's what happens: you do summon a Fae to you, and it is a Fae in, we'll call Polyper's army of sorts. And as you, what does this look like to you? What do you think the magic usage of this looks like physically?
I think it would be, I don't know, like pretty like precise sort of like hand movement sorts of things. Probably, I don't know. Some sort of verbal element, if I could speak in the Fae language, some sort of rhyme or song in the that maybe attracts Fae, or I don't know, some sort of ritual call to a
there's
game, or to a challenge, or to a something like that, I guess. I don't know.
There's just a melody. Yeah, I think you have a bit of a melody, and you hear kind of the from like tree to tree. Something is leaping its way towards you until it appears, and you have summoned a Fae. Unfortunately, it is a Cherubani, one of the adorable-looking imps. That is your partial success. It has worked, not quite how you wanted it to. There's a little Cherubani. Manling. Playing
Little Cherubani.
games. Hello,
Always.
hello.
What are you doing in the town, little Cherubani? What do I call you?
You can call me, Horxus. Horxus.
Horx, that's the
Yeah.
Cherubani.
Yeah?
I am Cal.
Cal?
Yeah.
Oh, Manling. That's silly.
Well, someone might think that Horxus is a silly name.
No. No one thinks that.
Horxus, I want to be serious with you. Do you want to know why I called you in?
Serious? Why?
I want to know what you're doing in the town, Horxus. What are you doing down there?
Mischief.
Well, I know that.
I pulled the pants down on this guy one time, and he tripped and fell, and he broke his nose.
Nice. Horxus, look, I know that Polyper has everybody in this small town on Earth looking for these crowns. I know what you're up to. You're not just here causing mischief. That's
Maybe.
just part of it. Horxus, I want you to tell me what you know about the crowns. Will you tell me?
Well. Roll me, manipulate someone.
Okay. And I can actually use my weird skill for this because of my special move.
Nice.
So, straight weird. That's an 11.
Okay. With an 11, amazing. They'll give you what you want. Let me read it exactly what it says here. They'll do it for the reason you gave them. Fantastic. So
And I'll say, Horxus, if you can do this for me, if you can tell me what you know, I can do something really great with you.
oh
I can
yeah.
hook you up. I can hook you up with a master trickster,
Ooh.
a human trickster to teach you new tricks that you
Human.
can take back to Moonvale.
Human tricksters. No such thing. Really?
I'll prove it.
Okay, Cal. Okay. The crowns are here in that town. And I may know where they are, but why spoil the fun now? We're having so much fun with the mischief.
I understand. Can you at least give me a hint?
How about this? Let's race, and if you beat me, I'll show you.
All right. I'll race you.
Oh, Manling, you're gonna lose. And the two of you square off, and as you take off in your race, we're gonna cut away out of the forest to Percy and Nell's. Percy, Nels, the two of you left the headquarters to head to the hospital, where Percy works, specifically so that Percy, being with her medical knowledge, can remove carefully the fragment, the sliver of one of these crowns that is embedded in Nell's arm. And it's been there for, I mean, how long, Emma? Like, I don't know, 30, 40, 30 years.
Well, it's been there since before Nels and Cal joined the Duskfall Society.
Right.
So probably at least 30, probably closer to 50 since she spent a good long time or lost, I guess, kind of lost some years when she was in the Moon Veil.
Right.
She looks like she's in her 50s, but she has the mind of like an 80-year-old person.
Yeah. Amazing. And I see, real quick, I'm just going to pause this real quick. I see we have a lot of new people in the chat, and welcome, everybody. So happy that you're here. Real quick, let's just, I don't remember off the top of my head, so if you guys could just say the name of your playbook that you're playing, that may help out some new users who may know Monster of the Week. So, why don't we just go around? So, Emma, go ahead. Nels is
Nels is the veteran.
Veteran.
She's too old for this.
Perfect. And then Ben.
Cal is the monstrous. Spent some time in the Feywilds and came back weird.
Nice. Perfect. Let's go to Jake.
Darby Bennett is the professional monster hunter with a little dash of the initiate sprinkled in there.
Yeah. Amazing. Taylor.
Percy is the wronged. She's got baggage.
And then we have Jess.
Mac is a tracker, really good at it.
Yes, I love it. I love it a lot. So I hope that helps you out. Some of you in the chat who may understand what that means. If not, no worries. It's pretty self-explanatory, honestly. Anyway, so Percy and Nels, you are walking through, maybe not walking, you're kind of running a bit through the streets of the town as there's just, fights of, you see an imp swing down, taking out a demon who kind of like tackle each other and then crash into a car. You hear someone scream, "Ah!" There's a guy getting out of the other side of the car who was maybe trying to drive out of town, and this car just got totaled, running out of the car, down the sidewalk screaming. There's a lot of screams happening right now. You see down on the other end of the main road in town, you see Winnie Knight, along with Hux, two of the other members of the Duskfall Society here in town. They are trying to help kind of gather people in a safe, in the safety of like a, we'll say the bank. They're trying to gather people in the bank. But the hospital is not too far. I do need you both to roll me Act Under Pressure here to see just how well you can navigate through. I'll give you both +1 forward on this because you're pretty used to this.
Okay, I rolled a 12.
12. Heck yeah, dude.
I think that's the first success I've had all series.
I rolled an 11.
You have failed a lot. But hey, in this game, failure gives you experience. That's how you level up. So we got a 12 and an 11. Holy crap. So not only did the two of you like navigate your way expertly to the hospital, but on the way you save a few people from being like stomped on or like slaughtered. To give you a few examples, Nels, you grab a teenager who was like running for cover. You kind of grab them and kind of chuck them at just in time before like the side of a building kind of debris kind of falls on into the road. And Percy, at one point, you help. You know what? We have some townsfolk here. Why not throw them in here? You help. Oh, well, it's got to be, hell yeah, it's got to be Rayshawn Hollins, who has the biggest
perfect.
crush on Percy. So Rayshawn is actually trying to help somebody else, but they both get trapped by like this demon, stalker-looking like creature with like this long blade as it like swings down. Just in time, Percy, what does Percy do just in that moment?
She like just full on football tackles whatever's trying to hurt him.
Amazing. yeah, you just sling it around, smash it against the wall, and Rayshawn just like stares at you. Oh, holy shit! Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay? And like Percy's eyes, I'm assuming, are still like kind of demony at this
Yeah.
point.
He's like, no, I'm not okay. I'm not good at all. I'm not good at all. I gotta get him out of here. Come on. Let's just go. Do you need help?
No, you get inside.
We're gonna have a long talk later about this. Holy shit! Ah! And he's just like screaming as they run inside to the bank. But after a bit of an adventure, the two of you make it to the hospital. You see, you kind of go inside. There are people still in here, kind of like taking cover in like the waiting room area. There's actually a fight happening right now between like 3 demons and 2 fae as they kind of like are just jumping around, just destroying the entire room. But you, with your high rolls on your act under pressure, you both kind of maneuver past them. You see that there's like a group of people just kind of waiting it out in like another room, and they watch you as you pass. They're just like, come on, come to safety. I will say, Percy, you know that the like supplies you need are not in that room. So you tell me, what do you two do? Are you just going straight to try and find supplies? Do you want to stop for any reason, or what are you doing?
I'm assuming that Percy's going to take the lead here because of her intimate knowledge of the hospital. If possible, she's going to take a look around for her pal. Oh my gosh, what's her name? Franny. Yeah, she's going to take a look around for her pal Franny, see if she's around at all.
Fantastic. You you don't even need to roll for this. You actually do find Franny there. Franny, as crazy as Franny can be, she is damn good at her job, and she is kind of in the back where there's no monsters back here. You kind of go around the corner and then like up the staircase to the 2nd floor, and Franny's up there, and it looks like she's actually still helping patients and whatnot that, I mean, they can't leave the hospital, and she's up there with a few other nurses and doctors and just medical people who are kind of attending to these people. But she sees you instantly and goes, Percy, oh God, come here. Oh, baby girl. What? She like wraps you into a hug. What are you doing here?
Hey, Franny,
are you here to see
I need
Nana?
you to hold on. No. Okay, I need you to listen to me. This is really, really important. I need to get this woman into a well-stocked room right now, and I need you to not ask me any questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Take it down to room 8 on the left.
Thank you, Franny.
Yeah, and you take Nell's down there. Percy, it does dawn on you that she asked you if you were here to see your Nana.
Ooh, in retrospect, that's not awesome.
You keep going down to room 8, and it's an empty room. You get inside. You can now get to work if you'd like. So I think you have like a healing thing, like a specific
I do. I have
move.
quick and dirty first aid.
Let's go ahead and use that for this, just to see how it goes. I will give you +2 forward, since you have all the good equipment now. It's a little less quick and dirty, and it's a little more proper.
Okay, let's do this. Did you say +1 forward?
2.
2 forward. Nice.
+2 forward. Not sure if that's even a thing in the book, but I'm doing it.
That's
Are you sure you've done this before?
First time for everything. Beginner's luck, right? Let's dive in.
So, a 10.
Yes.
Ignoring your typical outcomes. You lay Nels down on this kind of like bed. You start kind of pulling out your different tools and whatnot and going to work. It takes time. You're concentrated. You guys have anything you want to role play while this is happening? Or are you just kind of silent during like the,
I think Nels would say, how long exactly have you been in training to be a doctor?
Oh, I'm in training to be a nurse, but
Oh, okay.
it's fine. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos. My teachers are really good.
What's YouTube?
Oh, okay. Well, that's a whole thing that we can't go into right now. So, but I've seen official medical practices being performed, and in this situation, it's all we got. So I'm gonna need you to just sit back, take a breather, and get comfy with it, because this is what's happening.
All right. And she just like thrusts her sleeve up and exposes her long scar where the shred of the crown is, and she puts her arm out and looks at Percy like, let's do this.
Is
Yeah.
Franny still in the room, or did Franny just like or she's not in the room, is
She's
she?
not in the room at the moment.
Okay.
But at one point, while you're in like surgery here, she does poke her head in. She says, "Percy, is everything all right?"
Yeah. Actually, can you come in here, please? I need you on standby in case something happens to me.
Yeah, sure. Roger, I'll be in here. And she turns and she closes the door. And she walks over. Yeah, I'm here.
So Franny, last time I got really close to her arm, sort of weird things happened, okay? But I wasn't present for a minute. Long story short, there's a thing in her arm that I really need out. And if my mind goes somewhere else or something happens to me, I need you to take this scalpel and get whatever is in her arm out for me, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
I understand.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. And as you like are you start to go back into like kind of work, and immediately, like the glass window just shatters, as like a demon just kind of gets crashed into it. There's like a bit of a scuffle, and then just flies away, and you have some fresh air now.
I want to take out my gun in my other hand and just have it ready while she's operating on the one I'm not using.
That's
So
amazing to picture. I need fan art, please. Very good. So, you start to do this bit of operation here, Percy. You feel that connection. You're focusing. It's working. Your ears are hot. You know, there's like, they just kind of, you can feel almost your heart pounding, from just being this close to, the sliver of crown in front of you. It's deep in there, and it's extremely painful, Nels.
Just grits her teeth.
I mean, you can't help but like just you know, every now and then it's like this. It's like it's pretty hard to take. Maybe at one point Franny like grabs what you would recognize to be some sort of like something that would knock you out, basically, Nils.
No. Mm-mm.
Are you sure?
We got no time for that.
Are you fucking
I can
kidding me
take it.
right now? Are you like Superwoman?
I
Who's
need
that?
her conscious, Franny.
Okay, never mind. You're wild. You're wild. I like you. I want to be you when I grow up.
Good luck with that.
And she says, and kind of while you're in the process here, Percy. So how do you two know each other?
Not totally clear yet. Just kind
Sorority.
of cross paths. Yes.
Oh, I
sorority.
mean, yeah. Mhm.
Sorority. Sure.
We were both in the same sorority, right?
Yeah, couple years apart. We didn't know each other, but there's that connection there still.
There's a knock on the door. Opens. You hear your coworker Roger. Franny. Hey, Sue is. Oh, Percy. Hey, I didn't know you were here. Both of you, I guess. Sue, having some problems. She's not.
What do you
she doesn't want to stay put.
What do you mean? Why is she here? Is she in the hospital?
Yeah.
Percy kind of like pulls away from Nell's arm.
Franny says, "Oh God, I'm so sorry, Percy. I thought you knew." Yeah.
What knew about what? What happened?
She came in. There was an accident at her house or something, and she came in. That she had like her leg is broken, Percy.
What?
Well, we stabilized her, and she's all right. And Roger says, well, she's not all right. That's the thing. We can't get her to stay put. She wants to try and stand up.
What happened? What kind of accident? Where is she?
Just across the hall.
Fuck. Okay, I have to finish this, and then we're gonna go talk to my nana.
He says, right, but Franny, and she's like, yeah, I'll be right back, Percy. I'll be right back. And she heads out, and they close the door.
You close to done?
I'm hoping so. I think I'm close. Sorry, I know this hurts really bad. I wish we had time for painkillers.
Don't worry about it.
Open. You get deeper into the wound. Nels, at this point, it's like searing pain. This wound has hurt you for your entire life. Well, I mean, since you were a kid, really. It has been pretty hard. Uh-oh, what happened?
I am no Cal.
Let me do this. Did that fix it? Yes, it did. This wound has hurt you a long time, and now more than ever, it's the pain is impossible to the point where, like, part of you're holding that gun in your hand, and I mean, there's definitely just like a brief moment where you're considering just like, it's insane pain. You either want Percy to stop or you want something to stop. But then Percy's eyes glow. And ripping out of your arm, just like in one intense pain. And then immediately, nothing, Nels. The pain is gone. The pain has ceased. Completely. For the first time in 50 years, you don't feel it inside of you anymore. And instead, as your eyes kind of through the tears open, and you see floating in front of both of your faces a small, impossibly thin, like a strand of hair, this black sliver floating in front of you. And Percy, your heart beating it intensifies. You want to reach out and touch this. You want to grab it. You want it to be yours. But in this moment, you hear a voice, and it pulls you out of that thought for just a brief moment, and you hear your mother's voice. Nels, you see behind Percy, there's a figure. The way that the light is in the room, I'll remind you, it's nighttime. And the way that the light is kind of flickering in the room, it kind of and shuts off, and when it kind of pops back on, there's just a figure kind of made of shadow standing over, kind of behind Percy. Percy's kind of like hunched over as she was working on you. This voice, Percy, I'm here.
Mom?
I'm here. Don't give in. Look, I know that the power is a lot. I get it. I've been in Dovafale. It's a lot to resist. But if anybody can do it, it's you. It's you, kiddo.
What am I supposed to do with it? If not use it? I imagine what I could do with this.
It's not worth it, Percy. It's really not. Nels, I mean, you've had this power inside of you. You know what the power's like.
Listen to your mom, kid.
Then what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to track this crown if I don't use this thing?
I don't know. You got any ideas? And I'm looking at her mom in the corner.
There's maybe a way. Yes. We'd have to act fast. It would take more than just you. I'm not going to be much help right now. I can't. And she kind of runs her hand through under the light and shows that she's not corporeal. She says it'll take. It's another ritual. You'll need more people. At that moment, the door. There's another. It's not really a knock. It's like a kind of a thud on the door. And the door kind of opens, and you see two people. You see Franny is there, and you see that kind of in front of Franny is Nana Sue, your Nana. She is leaning on the door. Franny is like yelling at her, "You have to get back to bed, Sue. Sue, you cannot speak." And she says, "Percy,
Nana, what are you doing? You have a broken leg."
Victoria." Seeing your mom standing behind you. And then she looks to you, Nels. And she just locks eyes with you. And she says nothing, but she's kind of just locked in this gaze. Nels, I need you to roll for me weird.
Okay. I'm not very weird, I'll warn you.
Yeah,
That's a 9.
9. Nels. You not... I think Nels, deep down, not really understanding how, but I think Nels knows this person. Not knows in the way that you've ever seen them before or met them before, just the connection between you and this old lady who's older than you. It's deeper. It's at a soul level.
Is your Nana Sue, Percy?
Yeah, Nana, this is Nels. Nels, this is Nana. Do you guys know each other?
No? No.
I feel...
She stumbles over, kind of like awkwardly limping,
Hey,
kind
be
of
careful
holds onto a
there.
chair. Franny's trying to help her.
I swing my legs over the side of the bed and kind of reach out to help steady her.
Um,
With blood dripping down my exposed arm that I don't know if it's been sewn up yet.
Amazing. Emma, I'm gonna send you just a little secret message here.
Secret message. It's a secret.
I got a secret.
Where's it coming from?
Just on
Or-
Zoom. On Zoom here.
Okay. This music is so intense.
Makes it very cinematic.
Mm-hmm. How old does Nana Sue look, Percy?
Early 80s,
Okay.
I think she's... Hang on.
late 70s.
I think she's like mid 70s.
She's old.
Yeah. Okay.
Woo! Okay.
That's ominous.
I think Nels is like kind of holding on to her Nana Sue's arm tightly and just looking at her. And she starts to like seem a little nervous, and she says, I I I think we do know each other. Although
What do
we
you
may
mean?
I don't know. I don't know how I can explain it. I before I when I joined the Duskfall Society, I was pregnant. And part of joining the Duskfall Society was so that I could get away. And I have not told anybody this except my sibling. But I did have a baby once, and I did give her up for adoption. And I never thought, but I know it sounds crazy, I know. But I promise this is not just the massive blood loss. I feel like I know you. And she's looking at Nana Sue more than Percy. Who do you who's your grandmother's mother? Do you know? Have you heard? Uh,
Nana Sue is just sitting there, like taking it in. She doesn't. Percy, once again, as we have established time and time again, her mind is not always there. But yeah, I mean, Percy, you know, Taylor. I think we talked about this a long time ago, right? And I don't know. You probably don't have the notes
The
pulled
family
up, but
story.
yeah.
Yeah, I've got. I mean, I think that the extent that we went to is what happened to Nana Sue's husband, my grandfather. But I know also that the curse has been in my family for a long time, and nobody knows when or how it started.
Yeah. Sue is just taking this all in.
Raised in an orphanage. I just remembered.
she was raised in an orphanage.
Yeah, my Nana was raised in an orphanage. Where did you, wait a minute, did you say you were from Missouri?
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, my Nana was raised in an orphanage in the Midwest. So are you my great grandmother?
I might be.
Okay, cool. So, what does that mean? What does all of this mean? What is going on? Can somebody please have any information at all?
Sue is quiet and just like listening. Victoria has been just in shock this whole time, but she eventually breaks the silence, saying, "So that sliver of the crown inside of you. That's what
curse?
started this. The curse. Passed on. My mom, my dad, killed by Faye. My husband tried to save from being killed by Faye, and killed by me instead." You're all quiet for 20 seconds. And then crashing through the wall, a huge, like, it's kind of looks like a troll, but it's got like two like big fairy wings. This is like a new type of monster you have not seen, but it is choking out like a greater demon on this floor, and they just and they shoot down, leaving this huge hole in the floor to your room. Nana Sue like like, just, I mean, she's fainted maybe. She's just like out of it
I'll
completely.
grab onto her. I'm gonna protect her.
Okay.
She fell asleep in the middle of all of this.
We can unpack this later. We gotta figure out where the crowns are, and we gotta get the hell out of here.
Victoria says, no, this is perfect. This is kismet.
It's 4 generations in
And
one spot.
and this crown and this splinter right here. Together. The three of
we
you.
need to do the ritual here right now.
You
But
can
how do
do
we
it.
do that? You don't have a real body.
It doesn't, I mean, I'll just talk you through it. The three of you. If Mom, we need you. She kind of goes down, Sue, who's just kind of like holding on to you, Nels, like holding your hands and just kind of like swaying a little, rocking a little bit in your arms. She says, Mom, Percy needs you. I need you. Okay? Just this once. Sue, just kind of turns her head and looks towards you, Nels. And she says, "You're so strong."
Well, that's what happens when you spend about 30 years fighting Fae in the Moonvale. That's not gonna make any sense to you. Let's do this quick, all right? We don't have much time. I'll hold your hand and you can float there. Whatever.
And 4 generations of women circle around a splinter of the Crown of Chaos as we shift over to elsewhere in town. Hey guys, it's been an hour and 12 minutes and we're getting to you. Thanks for your patience, Jake and Jess.
It's been so lovely to be in the audience tonight.
Oh
Thank
boy.
you for inviting me to be on stage audience. It's been great.
So
much lore.
Exciting stuff.
Drink of wassail. Hang on.
Mac is at a vending machine right now, just like, Cheetos are still here? Cool.
Just out of vending machine. So yeah, Mac's at a vending machine, and then an imp smacks into the side of it and falls over. At which point you are just pissed, and you turn around, and Darby is there. The two of you are just hiding inside of this little gas station, waiting for these 2 demons to kind of like finish battling it out. They've just, or rather, Demon and Fae, they shift out of your way, and you can once again move. We see you 2 kind of army crawl, not crawl, but kind of quickly dash, kind of hunched over through across the street. Go ahead and both of you roll me act under pressure, please.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Right.
Oh no.
Darby has a 10 success.
8.
Good. Okay, that's fine. Darby,
Where are we?
so yeah, you're still in town. You are trying to get to the farthest north side of town, where like all the caravans and whatnot of the Duskfall Society kind of have been hanging out, basically. I'll remind you and the audience, when we last kind of left off with Darby and Mac here. So Mac, you had kind of had this interaction with this agent Chuck, who he works high up there with the overseer, but he seems like a pretty chill dude. Also, you grabbed, what was it you grabbed? 3 taser darts or something like that?
Yeah, some taser darts. Definitely didn't hurt myself at all.
Right. So you have, I think it was 2 taser darts.
Mm-hmm.
And Darby, you had a confrontation with your old mentor, Lauren Stongo, and she basically it seemed to you that she maybe she had changed a bit from how you knew her, maybe not, but regardless, she is in power, and it is her goal to break the traditions of the Duskfall Society. Right? She wants to usher in a new era of a modern era of the society, essentially. And she was kind of hoping, it seemed, that you would be in with her on that, in that way. And she offered you basically a seat at the big boys table, as I think she put it. But if I remember correctly, I think you refused, or at least you were not happy with the fact that she sent you here only to pull you away quickly after.
Yeah. I told her I want to table that discussion of like a promotion for a little later after this is handled.
Yeah,
That was what I said. I
she
meant.
Yeah, you definitely yeah, we'll get to that. Cool. So Mac and Darby, you two are running along the like streets of town, basically. Uh, and you do see the caravan, kind of parked caravan, I suppose, up ahead. You hear the sound of gunshots, shooting at flying creatures in the sky. What's your plan here? Are you gonna run right in? Are you gonna try to sneak in? What exactly are you trying to do?
Have the Duskfall militia, have they like omitted us from the equation? Are they trying to keep us out of this?
Doesn't seem like it. I mean, you wouldn't think that they have any reason to exclude you from being a part of this. No.
I guess I'm confused about why we're not already part of it.
Such a good question.
So they're basically just like, there's a bit of a fortress here. You guys were at the HQ when all of this went down, so you are just going to this like this fortress, quote unquote. And I'm just kind of asking you how you want to enter. I didn't know if you want to just walk right in. If you do, that's great.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk right in.
Okay, great.
Mac is trailing behind, being
Okay.
a little bit mysterious.
Okay, great.
Pass without
Sure.
a trace.
You walk in. Somebody almost shoots you, thinking that you are a monster in the dark. There's very little light at this side of town. They have spotlights that are kind of shining out at the buildings and trying to find monsters, but you kind of got past that already. So one guy just stop! Oh, shit! Hey, are you human? Get in here! What are you doing? Come on! Rush
And
right
Darby
in.
just gets out his little lighter and just flicks it.
Okay. You get past the barricade, if you will, and one guy stops you. The both of you. Are you civilians? What's going on? Do you need help? You need a place to hide?
We're looking for the woman in charge.
You want Overseer Stango?
Yes.
Oh, are you society members?
Yes, I am Darby Bennett. This is my friend Mac.
Sweet. Sup, Mac? Okay.
Sup.
Overseer Stango, wait here. I'll see if she's available. He kind of heads back in to a tent. And he's gone for a second. You look around. You see there are maybe 20 Duskfall Society agents, hunters here. Again, they're technically the same as you, but they're kind of like the Green Beret of the Duskfall Society. They're like only called in for like special units. I don't think Darby's definitely heard of them, but like maybe not ever really seen them. Mac, you probably had no idea that this was even a thing.
Very intrigued. What kind of paperwork do I have to fill out to get one of those belts, Darby?
Well, you play your cards right. Maybe we can get you one of those belts before we head back out of here today.
I mean, technically, I have seniority over you, so if you get one before me, I'll be pissed.
You know, That's a damn good point. I think you should bring that up when we talk to Miss Stongo.
I will.
Mac, your walkie goes off.
Oh, shit. Okay. Walkie's going
Anybody
off.
there? Anybody there? This is Wilson. Anybody there?
Hey, what's up? It's Mac.
Mac.
And
Mac.
Darby. Darby's here too.
Oh, good. Darby, you're both safe. That's good. Listen, my voice was deeper last time. I gotta get a little deeper. Sorry. Hey, listen.
Get some water.
How's it going on the evac? Have you talked to Stongo? Are we good to evacuate the town?
Darby, do you have something to say? Do you want?
I was just gonna say, yeah, they kind of evacuated themselves from our area, so we are chasing them down to see how we can assist with those efforts.
Yeah. All right. I just meant truly get everybody out of town. I don't want everybody like running into the forest where they could. There's a lot of dangers out there. Essentially, is what I'm saying, and they have all these caravans here. I'd like to get as many people loaded in as we can, drive them into maybe into Eastwood, which is a town, a neighboring town, essentially. He says, I just don't want everybody holed up in here. This town is, hell, you've seen it. It's not gonna hold.
Am I holding the walkie, or are you holding the walkie back?
I'm holding the walkie between both of us. It's fine.
All right.
You want to take it? Don't put your hand on mine, Darby. It's weird.
May I borrow the walkie, please?
Yeah, here you go, Darby.
Thank you.
Yeah,
we're on it, Mr. Wilson. We are getting our caravans together as best we can. However, we are still waiting for the higher-ups to come down to us and bless us with their presence.
Just as you say that, you can see the tent flap open, and you see Overseer Stongo walking out. At her, kind of flanked to her right, you see Chuck, and flanked on the other side, you see the guy who basically went to get her for you. You have just like maybe she's 20 feet away or so. If you want to say anything last minute to Wilson, otherwise,
all right. Yeah, I'm just gonna click it and say, Wilson, we're in the middle of it. We will get back to you shortly. And he turns the volume down and puts it in his in his denim.
In his denim.
Stongo approaches. Darby, glad to see you're not monster meat.
Don't look too surprised. So,
what can I do for you?
We need to get the folks of this here town out of here. I know there's very few people here, but there are enough that we have a bit of a situation of civilians at risk. Can we use some of your vehicles to get some folks out of this town?
She looks off in the distance. She turns back to you. She says, that's gonna be a no, Darby.
Why is it a no?
Darby, you know what hell, you're a Boy Scout. No, who am I kidding? You're not a Boy Scout, but you do good work, and you do, you know the tenets of the Duskfall Society. You know what we do. You know what we stand for. And you know that we don't function if word spreads. Yeah?
I do follow that, yes. But the shimmer has fallen by no fault of these people.
No, absolutely. No. You're right. You're absolutely right, Darby. It's not their fault. It's a tough situation. We've seen tough situations before, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have.
And, look, I can't let anybody leave this town. I mean, you have to understand that.
All right, and Darby is gonna investigate a mystery.
Sure.
He's looking for the most flammable thing to cause the biggest distraction.
Okay.
And it is a 7 mixed success. Is there anything nearby that could ignite with a controlled explosion?
So, where they're like kind of located is right up against like the back of a building, and you do see a like a gas tank, kind of a gas line looking thing, like it would be like a heater. Guys, I don't know how buildings work, so just work with me on this, okay?
Oh no.
There's something that can explode.
It's one of those like, you know, circular gas tank things.
I see.
It's a red barrel with a flame on the front.
However,
Oh!
because you got a 7, it is completely surrounded by just other hunters, other agents that are kind of like holed up back there. If you were gonna try to light that, like blow that up, essentially, you would definitely cause grievous wounds to these people. Probably not kill them; they're not that close, but you would definitely catch people on fire.
Oof.
While you are deciding that, she turns to you, Mac. She just says, "You're one of the ones from inside Moonvale, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And where do you come from originally?"
It's classified. But
Classified.
yeah.
She turns to the guy who went to get her, and he's just like, "That's funny. Do you know who you're talking to here? This is the Overseer. She's in charge of the entire Duskfall Society. Nothing is classified to Overseer Stongo." She says, cool it, Phil. It's gonna be all right."
Yeah, chill, Phil. Right, Chuck? What's up, Chuck?
Chuck's like kind of does like a, "Hey, I'm at work. Stop it," kind of face. And he says, "I I don't know what you're talking about. What? What? You need me?" He's just being weird. Darby, you do anything before she says something else?
I'm thinking. Okay, so are there any vehicles that could be commandeered to evacuate some folks?
Possibly, but
Would we need more than 2 drivers?
you wouldn't need more than 2 to commandeer folks. You mean to commandeer like people? I mean, sorry, to commandeer the vehicles to get people out. You're saying?
Yes.
You think that plan could work, but you stealing vehicles from here seems like it would, like you could maybe steal one and get away with it, maybe. But
Okay.
you could probably fit maybe like 10 people in the back of one of these big, like, Humvee looking things.
Okay, then yeah, the thing I was thinking about doing is not going to be great.
So she says, "Darby, look, I get it, all right? I do. It's my fault, really. I blame myself. Putting you here in this place all alone. I underestimated it. I underestimated the fact that I thought you were like me, Darby. I thought we were cut from the same cloth. Just kind of didn't fit in anywhere, right? But I get it. You found, I don't know, comfort here, I suppose? Happiness, is it?
I think I
And-
found a calling here.
A calling.
Yeah. I found that there's more to protect than just myself until I get called to the next mission. And I was able to start something before I finish it.
Mm.
And right now I just want to roll protect someone to see what can I do to protect this town.
I'll have you
Is-
roll for me, read a bad situation.
Ah,
Sorry.
Yeah, that's
protect
okay,
someone's
that's
not going to work in
okay.
that scenario.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I
Good
just wanted
try.
to try it. Oh no! Read a bad situation. Darby rolled a 3.
Okay, and Jess, was there anything you wanted to do in this situation? I don't want to if there's anything you want to be doing right now, let me know.
Mac is just gonna admit that she's from some West Coast. I don't know. I think I made an offhand joke about Mac being from a beach, growing up on a beach that was unnamed and redacted. So we're just gonna go with that. And I'm from the 90s. So you remember the 90s? Remember Zelda?
You're saying this to
Yeah, I'm saying this to Phil.
Stongo? Oh, to Phil?
To mess with Phil.
He's just like,
and Chuck.
Shut up. Who is this person? I will say Stongo and Darby are off kind of having this conversation just slightly to the side from where you, Phil, and Chuck are. And Chuck is like, what? She's, I don't know. She's just, she's someone, we were talking earlier. Just shut up, Phil. Just shut up. Get out of here.
Yeah, be cool, Phil. You need to relax. Breathe.
You three are having that conversation. Darby, with your 3 that you got on your read a bad situation, not only do you mark a point of experience, not only can you not kind of grasp like what you could possibly do to help the people, you can't even. You're so, I don't know, off a little bit in your mind. You can't even. You don't even realize that while you've been having this conversation, there are about 8 agents who have kind of loosely surrounded this whole conversation around you, around Mac, and you just now realize it. As Stongo says, Darby, we've been through a lot together, and that's why I'm going to give you a second chance, Darbs. But fortunately, I can't let you get in my way right now. Cool? And you feel an intense sting in the back of your neck as you... And Mac, the same happens to you. And you both get tased as you fall to the ground. The two of you come to inside of a tent. You are zip tied behind, hands behind your back to like a pole or something like that, back to back to each other basically, and you also have like duct tape or something like that over your mouth, so you can't speak. Your ankles are also zip tied.
Darby's grumpy face intensifies.
Your grumpy face intensifies, and as the two of you are trapped there, the camera, as it were, kind of zooms out of the tent. We can see the town itself just being blistered with attacks. We see all this stuff happening. We see we cut quickly to Cal, who has just won a race against Haraxis, and Haraxis is currently leading them to the crowns. We see a quick shot of this ritual between this family, that in that moment there's this kind of trail of magic that leads Percy and Nels. You can see it clear as day, leading you through town, and you know that at the trail's end, the crowns are waiting for you. And as you all start to journey towards these crowns, the camera then shifts back down, right back to Darby and to Mac, and slightly behind them as we see a second tent. And we see Overseer Stongo sitting at a desk alone in her tent, where she holds in her hand one crown of chaos. And we're going to go to break right there. So we'll be back in just, boy, 5 to 10 minutes, somewhere in there. We're going to just use the restroom real quick, grab a drink. I'm going to go warm up my wassail, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. See you in a second. Bye. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Couple things real quick before we jump back into the story. If you haven't already, you're watching and you aren't following us, we'd love to get you to follow. Get your support there. It's free to you and it's helpful to us. So thank you very much. Also, if you feel like if you're in the holiday spirit and you want to give a little gift to these smiling faces you see before you, the Ko-fi tips page is linked right in the chat right now. So feel free to give what you like. We appreciate you. It's always weird asking, but I must do it anyway. For the sake of these wonderful artists you see before you. They deserve it, don't they? Okay. Was that it? I think that was it. Whew. Heavy stuff, yeah? Everybody good? Alright. Let's go ahead then and jump back in. Percy, Nels. You two are currently we're gonna pick up right where like you're already kind of following the trail through the streets. Let me ask you this: what do you think you did with Nana, Sue? Was there anything before you left? Do you think? I didn't want to spend too long focusing on like wrapping that up because I feel like we can do that towards the end. But just let me know if there's anything that you wanted to establish before you left the hospital. Let me know.
I probably before I left, I would have asked Franny to find her some of the good shit. like let's get Nana on some painkillers and let's get her back into bed because I'm expecting after the ritual she was probably pretty tired and not gonna be too much of a fighter.
Yeah, she was out of it and mentally maybe didn't even fully comprehend what was going on, but it wasn't necessarily a strength of body, but a strength of soul that was used for the ritual. And in that moment, her soul might have been stronger than it ever has been, and it worked. That's the three of you, technically four of you, connecting really worked for that ritual. So Percy, Nels, the two of you are running, kind of maneuvering outside of immediate fights and whatnot, and that's when you run into you actually find the trail is leading you north towards the caravan of Duskfall Society vehicles and whatnot, and you can actually see, in fact, the trail leads there, and by the way, the trail is only visible to the two of you. Technically also to Nana Sue, but she's not following it. But it leads there and it stops somewhere in this little camp. And that it hits you now. Sorry, grabbing notes. Okay. And let me ask you this. How do you want to go about going inside? Do you think you're going to walk straight in? Do you think again, I mean, without having really any reason to doubt that, although the crown does seem like it's there. So I'm just kind of curious, like, what Nels and Percy are thinking when they notice that the crown is in this camp.
So Percy is probably going to stop in her tracks and probably try and look inwardly and see if there's any kind of like I can sense some kind of danger, or like are my demon senses tingling?
Sure. Roll weird.
Roll weird. Alrighty. Would I potentially get a +1 being in demon territory?
No.
I've pled my case. I got a 5.
A 5. A failure.
Good old Percy.
Go ahead and mark a point of experience for yourself.
I gotta level up. Woo!
I'll come back to that in a second here. Nels, did you want to do anything specific here?
I want to read a bad situation.
Sure.
And I think Nell's has been kind of quiet and tense on their whole journey here. She she seems uncomfortable and like she doesn't want to talk about it, but she keeps kind of glancing at Percy and then looking away. Um, okay, so when I read a bad situation, I can use tough instead of sharp. Awesome. And that is a 12. All right.
Wow. A 12. So, one specific or two general questions about the situation?
Oh, that's right. The questions. Um, let's see. Let me pull up my cheat sheet. Okay, so for read about situation, there we go. I would like to know. Okay, so I want to know what's my best way in,
Mhm.
in the sense that I want to like, what's the best way that we can get in here without being spotted? I want to get in and get out.
Okay. That's a general or a specific question?
That's just
Let me
one
ask
of
you
the
this.
questions on the list.
Oh, okay. All right. Then, I'm gonna answer that in a second here. I'm going to say, Nels, that in order for you to get that insight, you you and Percy, Percy's kind of doing her own thing, trying to like look internally. So you just kind of step away a little bit, and go maybe, you know, uh, a block and a half down the street just to get a different view of the camp. And while you do that, Percy, you are looking internally into your demonic senses, into your, you know, your soul, as it were. You tap into something within yourself, not something that you meant to tap into, but it comes out nonetheless, and you hear this. I'm not gonna say voice because I don't think it's something that like talks to you. It's not like a Tom Hardy Venom situation here. It's more like you can just feel it inside of you, and there's kind of this like wordless conversation that happens between you. You instantly know that this soul, this fragment of the soul of Rekisug, the 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 great demon Rekisug, uh, is reaching out to you. And again, it's not like a conversation necessarily. Rekisug, you know, you can feel inside of you, is the entity that is yearning for control at times, right? It's the rage within you that wants to destroy Fae and wants to drain the souls of Fae specifically. But it's also the thing inside of you that is yearning for the crown. And I think it kind of clicks for Percy in this moment that Rekisug, being one of the great warrior demons of ancient, Dovafale, Rekisug actually was the first keeper of the Crown of Chaos. When it first came into existence, essentially, Rekisug was the one who wore it. And sometime down the line, it got split into two pieces after Rekisug had fallen. But that connection that Rekisug the demon has to the crown is specifically why you are tied into this crown business. It's only coincidental that your bloodline also has a piece of the crown, like, kind of tied to your blood, essentially, in this curse of sorts. So these two paths kind of converged on you as a person, and Is it really, really bad luck? Probably. Is it coincidence? Yes. Is it fate? Who knows? But regardless, something you have to deal with. And as you're thinking that, you see before you lightning strikes. The ground, flames emerge. And Nels, as you are down here looking for a way in, you do find a good way in. You see that there is, if you sneak into the woods and then out from the woods back into the camp, there's much less, there's no lights kind of facing out that direction, or at least there's like fewer lights. And it would be much easier to sneak into the camp if you wanted to from the forest side of things. But that thought is immediately interrupted when you also see the lightning and the firestorm crash back by Percy. And the two of you witness this as standing in the basking in the glow of these flames, these high-rising flames. You see a creature. She is huge, just dominant in her presence, like muscular and like just armored in this ancient kind of black kind of bronzish, kind of almost like rusted armor, but you know it's not rusted because it just looks so sturdy. She holds in her hands a humongous scythe, and her long, like, black flowing hair goes down her back. Her eyes, like yours, Percy, are somewhat kind of flaming when you have your Rekasug moments, are somewhat flaming. And she looks down at you, Percy, and she she says to you, let's try this song. I don't know what this is gonna be. Full disclosure, I don't know what this song's gonna be. Let's find out. Nope. Not a good one. Let's go for.
I thought it was great.
Did you? Did you like it?
I was being a little bit sarcastic, but I wouldn't be mad if we kept it.
Sure. I just need some good hell music. You know what I mean? Like just some good
Doom soundtrack.
Let's just do like let's just do this one. I think this might be a good one.
Yeah.
It's not bad. So she looks down at you. Her eyes aglow with flame. And she says, Child of two worlds, do you know me?
Should I?
Cute. I am Basari, Queen of Dovafale, and your superior in every way. At this point, Nels, what do you think you're doing?
I don't want to leave Percy alone. I want to see if where's Basari in relation to the camp in the crown?
The opposite direction.
Okay. I hesitate to go into the woods, and I kind of stay where I am and try to get closer without being seen.
To Basari?
To closer to like Percy and Basari.
Okay, sure. Cool.
And I take out my rifle just in case.
Awesome. She says to you, Percy, I sense in you great power. Do you like it?
I would say we're getting along pretty well.
Would you like more? Would you like control?
Over.
Anything you wish.
What about you?
I don't understand.
You asked me if I know who you are, but do you know who I am?
If you mean to play games with me, child, this will not end well for you.
No, genuinely, I want to know. Do you know who I carry with me?
I do. I recognize the scent. Rekasug.
I think he recognizes you too.
An old enemy, but a powerful one, for sure. I am here with an offer. Hear it, and know your choices are few. The crowns. You know where they are. Bring them to me, and I will give you power. Take them elsewhere, and you will suffer dearly.
Why should I bring them to you? How would I know that you wouldn't just destroy myself and my companions or this earth?
You don't.
So when you say I get power, what's in it for me? I need to know more. I need to know that everyone around me is safe.
Is that what you wish? Safety? Contentment?
For my peers.
And what of you?
I'll take their safety and contentment. I'm kind of attached to this at this point.
Addicting, isn't it? Bring me the crowns. We'll discuss what we can provide for you. Dovervale can be home to many. It's home for your mother.
I'm just gonna throw it that at this point, Nels leaves to go to the camp.
Okay. Nels takes off. Your mother's not leaving. You could keep her company. Honestly, I don't give a shit. Here's what I want. I want what was taken from me. And you're the only person who can get it.
Why am I the only person?
There's a barrier. A ward keeping me away. Powerful stuff. The kind of thing that only the crowns themselves could bestow. So
What will happen if I bring you the crown?
I will go back to ruling as I have for centuries. And you will be given a life beyond imagining.
I'm not making any deals with you. I guess we'll just see how it comes out then.
I suppose we'll see. Until then. Scythe swings around, flames, lightning strikes, smoke is all that's left.
I want to once again reach inwardly and kind of try and have another like wordless conversation with Rekasug, because Rekasug used to possess the crown, and I think that kind of turns me into a sort of Crown of Chaos bloodhound. And I'm guessing Rekasug is not going to want to give her the crown if I acquire it.
Sure. While as you start to tap into that, we're gonna cut over to Nell's. Nell's, you are running into the forest, and as you do, you hear footfalls coming from deep within the forest. Fast.
I raise my gun.
You raise your gun, only to see, in that moment, the face of Cal.
Good Lord, Cal, you scared me to death.
Nels, hello.
What are you doing out here?
I was racing a Fae.
Oh, hi! I'm still here!
Oh, I've got that gun pointed right at that face.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Watch it, lady!
What are you doing with this guy? Why'd you bring him here?
I made a deal. They showed me how to get here.
You're after the crown for him, aren't you?
For who?
For this person here, this fey creature. Are you
What?
trying to get the crown from him?
What? No. This little shit couldn't enter the ground.
It's true. I also can't get the crown even if I wanted to.
Yeah, they were just showing me how to get here.
Well, now that you're here, why don't you help me? We can get it together.
Okay. What you got?
Well, I know it's in the camp somewhere. We did a ritual with she looks at the Fey person she doesn't know, and then she's just like, oh, screw it. I might have run into some old relatives here in town.
Relatives of ours?
Yes.
Oh,
And right now, we need to get this crown so that we can make everything right, okay?
okay.
All right. Do you think you can? You're much sneakier than myself.
Hmm.
Let's do this
Tell me.
together.
Okay. So, what are we looking at with this camp situation?
So, on the side facing you, facing the forest, there's only like 3 kind of lights. They're not the spotlights that are facing the town where like people can maneuver them like such. These are just like stationary kind of bright lights that are facing the forest. Honestly, you can see from where you're at with your amazing fey eyes that there are 2 people kind of like just watching the forest side of things. Like they have guns, they're kind of keeping an eye out in case anything's coming from the forest, but it seems like most of the action is happening in town. So these guys, they kind of look like, I don't know, they're not sleeping on the job, but they're definitely not like, you know, like waiting for they're just kind of like waiting.
Right.
Great. It seems easy enough. Outside of that, I mean, there's no fence or anything like that. They're just kind of the 2 guards are kind of up on a kind of makeshift like quote unquote tower. It's maybe like 15 feet high. But you would think it'd be somewhat easy as long as you are pretty quiet about it to like slip behind the lights, around the lights, and kind of just maneuver yourself into the camp that way. Within the camp, you see a number of like these big like Humvee-esque truck wagon things, along with like 3 tents.
Okay. Do I get? I don't know. I guess I'll turn to Horxus. I'll be like, which one of these is the crown in?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is it was here. That's all I got. I'm just Roxas. It's a living.
You've done great. You've done great for yourself.
Yeah.
You're not much of a racer. I don't know why you suggested that. I beat you handily.
Yeah. It's just been a dream of mine, really.
Well, keep trying.
We'll see.
Or give it up entirely and move on to something that you're actually good at. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you could dream about helping us find this crown.
Pantsing people. And then he whips down, and your Santa pants just go completely down off of you. And then he's like, fuck you, manling. And then he scurries away.
God damn.
God damn, they got me.
Cal,
my
pull your
pants
pants back up. There's no time for this. We gotta act fast.
Okay, so you want me to just sneak in there and check every building and find the crown? Is that sort of
Uh,
the idea?
I can help. I can try to cause a distraction, or if we want to
Okay.
each try a different tent.
Tell you what, maybe I can draw some of them away, and
Okay,
then you can go in there.
that works for me. Be careful though, all right?
All right, I think I wanna. Wait, so Horxus already left? He already
Yeah,
pants
Horexus
me and then peace.
pants
yeah.
you. He led you here, and that was it.
God, what a dick.
He's a little shit. He's a little shit, that guy.
All right, cool. Well, so we're looking at these Humvees. We're looking at these tents. We're looking at 2 guards facing the woods. I think I want to. I don't know. Like, part of me, I don't want to alert the camp. I feel like if I maybe mess with one of these people, then that's going to alert the entire camp. And I might be able to draw some away, but then the rest of them will be on high alert. So, I don't know. Let me check what I can do here with magic.
While you are thinking about this, I'll come right back to you, Ben. But as you are kind of deciding what you want to do out there with Nels, we will go inside the tent, back to Darby and Mac. The two of you, again, duct tape on your mouths. You got your hands bound, feet bound. What do you do? What are you doing?
Mac is gonna read a bad situation.
Okay. Go ahead, Darby.
And while she does that, while Mac does that, I'm going to be fiddling with my new gadget that my apprentice Winnie has given me, and it's an Apple Watch, because he knows you can do a phone call from your wrist like Dick Tracy.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, so he's trying to figure out, like, is there a way to feel it with a vibrate? Because he's never worn one of these before. He just got it like a couple days ago and hasn't really done anything. And when he's just like, oh yeah, it's so cool, you need to figure it out, and I'm like, let's focus on training. But like,
so okay, I will say this. I'll come back to that in a second, Darby. That's great. Mac, what'd you get on your?
I got 14.
14? Oh,
I
God.
got a 14.
That's amazing. Very good. So on Read a Bad Situation, what do you want to ask here?
I apparently ask whatever question I want.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
You can ask me anything you want.
But really, I was just gonna ask, how the heck do I get out of these bonds?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have any special training?
Well, they took your weapons and stuff.
Son of a bitch.
But do you have special training? That's a great question. I'll say, just to kind of feed into what's happening here, I think, Mac, even though you're kind of like somewhat back to back, you're sort of like sideways, I guess, like kind of sideways to each other, and you can you feel the movement of Darby's hands kind of near your hands, and so you kind of like can kind of awkwardly peek back and see what it is he's trying to do. You can see he's trying to like fiddle somewhat with his like smartwatch, and I think there's been I think when Hux was explaining to you like modern technology, and like there was this whole scene that we kind of breezed by earlier. I think maybe just briefly they explained to you like that there are like smartwatches and like people can make calls from their wrists and stuff. And I think you'd recognize it to be at least that much with your high kind of insight into the situation here.
Okay.
So I will say this. I think your best bet is maybe to call for help, either through whatever Darby's trying to do, or if you can somehow like create some sort of noise or something, get it kind of maybe bang some stuff around in here and see if you can get the attention of some guards. You could probably like trip a guard, maybe knock out, maybe get like some weapons back. I don't know, just right now you are bound and there's truly not much you can do from this position. So yeah, I will let you decide exactly what it is you want to do outside of that.
Okay. I think I want to help Darby.
Okay.
Yeah, and we both still have tape on our mouths too, right?
You do.
Okay, so while he's trying, I think he's just gonna try to, like, look over at you and say, and like make eyes like, can you see that? Okay, and I'm gonna hit like the one button I know, just so that they can see some options. They can see a menu.
Yeah, fantastic. This is
So-
Welcome to my unboxing. Today we're going to be looking at the Apple.
Yeah, so
Full circle.
because he knows that this person is like tech savvy, and he's like, I'm gonna show them options.
So, fantastic. Here's what we're gonna say. I need, Mac to roll me a. We'll say this is an act under pressure.
Under pressure.
But you have a +1 on it.
Cool. Act under pressure. Oh, good. So it just neutralizes how actually uncool I am. This is 7.
7. Partial success. So
I
good.
call Pizza Hut.
That'd be so good. I will say this. I will say you see the name Winnie on the Apple Watch, and you like can go to press it. 7.
Would it be a video? Would there be is there an icon for like a video call? Would there be any way that they would know that?
It's a text.
I think it's truly it's only gonna be. You know what? I like text. Let's go with text. So you pull open Winnie, but then you have to. Can you text from an Apple Watch? I don't have an Apple Watch, you guys.
I don't have.
Can you
one
text, or do you have to
either.
like speak into it?
So you can text and you can actually type it out by just drawing the letter.
Okay, so
On the
that's what this
screen.
is.
Not sponsored.
So the first few letters are just junk, and then
Yeah.
and then it starts to make sense.
So with the 7, you basically, it's a bunch of gibberish, is what it is. But you send it nonetheless, and Winnie has received a text with a bunch of gibberish from Darby. We'll see what comes of that in a bit here. Ben, Cal is outside. What do you want to do here?
Well, I think I'm just gonna run on through and try to lure some of them out. I don't know. I think I want to. So it looks like these two towards the forest are the most distracted. I think I want to circle around actually to the other side, so
Okay.
that I would direct all of the eyes away from the forest entrance to allow Nels to potentially slip in that way. And I'm just gonna cast magic and sort of like, I don't know,
Make a
I
big
don't know,
display.
razor leaf these people like Bulbasaur and just like raise up a bunch of leaves and like shoot them at these guards, I guess. And just see.
Fantastic. And this is the 2 guards that are facing the forest. You're trying to draw them away from the.
No, I think that I want to circle around to the opposite end of the camp so
Okay.
that all of the eyes are facing away from the forest entrance.
I see. Okay, cool.
And
Go
Nels
ahead.
can take care of these 2
Yeah.
bums over here.
Roll me some magic. Use magic.
Let's go. That is a 7. Casting razor leaf.
7. Very good.
I
very
choose
good.
you. Cal.
Okay. So with a 7, you do run up and just like this purple-esque like little discs of energy just you know, like little sort of like Gambit from the X-Men, just like immediately all eyes kind of like turn to you. Gunshots. You are gonna take 1 harm, minus armor. I'm sorry, ignoring armor. Just 1 harm. You get shot in the like kind of the thigh. As you kind of, you're still super fast, and you kind of scamper away as the shots are trying to kind of come at you, but you have definitely drawn the attention. And Nels, the 2 guards there kind of turn around. Hey, what was that? Doing, you know, typical Skyrim guard stuff. What was that over there? And you have a window to run in.
Run into the closest tent.
Okay, awesome. Run inside, and the closest tent. You run right in, and you find you are. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll because I don't have it like in my mind of like which tent this would be. So I'm gonna roll. We'll just say a D6, aka a D3, and this will establish which tent is which. Okay, this is just for me, but just so you know, I never get to roll in this game. This is fun. Okay, you run right in, and you find that you come in like a side flap, and you see in front of you, Overseer Stongo. She looks up from something that she's holding, and she sees you there with your gun. And you look at what she's holding in her hands, and you see the impossibly black crown, Chaos, from the same one you saw in your youth, the same one that has been a part of you for a long time. It's right there in front of you. One big crown.
I don't think that belongs to you. You hand that over to me and no one has to get hurt here right now, you hear?
Oh, understood. Understood. She stands up. I'm gonna need you to roll me an act under pressure.
Okay. I'm ready to act under all the pressure. Okay. Sorry. I guess I wasn't ready to act under all the pressure. I have to go through and read all the things. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So I rolled a 5 in this that roll. Yep. I rolled a 5.
Okay. You see she stands up. She holds the crown out to you to give it to you, and you see that the energy from it just and like just cascades out of the crown. You are just barely too late to try and, I don't know, shoot or do anything that you were gonna do. It catches you by surprise as the gun like kind of smacks you in the head as you go flying out of the tent. This is gonna be 2 harm. Armor applies here if you're wearing armor.
Okay.
So probably just 1 harm. But you just go sailing, skidding into like the dirt outside. Darby, Percy, you both, Darby, Mac, you both hear that kind of like thume of magical energy. All right, I think at this point you're all right around the same area, so we're gonna go ahead and kind of jump into somewhat of an order here. And by order, I mean we're gonna do this thing where as soon as you go, pick somebody else to go next, okay? And that's what we'll call our initiative order. I'm gonna play something a little more actiony. So, what why don't we start with Percy? We haven't been back to you in a second. Percy, you are trying to tap in to Rekasug within you. Do you want to go ahead and roll me? I'll let you choose between manipulate someone and use magic.
I am going to choose manipulate someone because I have a trait called fervor, which allows me to roll tough to manipulate.
Hell yeah, that totally applies here. Okay.
Which is a +2. Okay, I got a 6.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no. I want to use my luck.
Okay.
Ooh, smart.
Yeah, very smart. So a luck makes it an auto 12, which means, great, you tap in, you feel the soul, that splinter of a soul within you of the great demon Rekasug. What do you want to communicate to it?
I want to tell Rekasug, the crown is before me. You can have it if you wish, but you have to help me save my world and my friends.
There's hunger, that same familiar hunger within, as you can see that they absolutely want to do this with you. However, even with a 12, this is a big thing, so I'm gonna give you somewhat of a stipend here. That's not the right word. Stipend? No, wait. A
Stipulation.
Stipulation. Thank you.
That's the one.
The stipulation being that Rekasug communicates back to you that once it gets the crown, it will feed off of it. And it will not let you go. It needs... You get the sense that with the gem destroyed, with the Eye of Rekasug destroyed, it needs like a host, essentially.
The crown does, or Rekasug does?
Rekasug does. So it'll help you like save your town, it'll help you do whatever, but basically it's gonna stick with you for the long haul. And it wants you to kind of agree to that.
Fine. Done.
And so you feel that power surging through you. And it's not a case of when you're not going to rage out of control anymore. You can feel that. You have control over the power at this point. It's a very skewed, it's very Ghost Rider, if we're being honest here. It's very dealing with the demon inside and kind of finding a balance of control. And basically you can take +1 to all use magic rolls from here on out.
Can I describe kind of what I imagine this looks like visually?
Please.
So I imagine that Percy is standing at the mouth of this camp, just kind of looking inwards after the crown is gone kind of like supernova-esque. Mm-hmm. Percy closes her eyes and has this conversation internally. And when she opens her eyes again, instead of like a fiery sort of look, I imagine that it's like a cracked magma in her eyes. And there's like lava kind of dripping down her face. Yeah. And you hear, though it's not coming from Percy, it's kind of like around her, this sort of that kind of echoes around her, and Rekasug gets hungry. Percy's muscles kind of enlarge and her senses spread out, and she starts very calmly just walking towards where the crown is.
Amazing. And with your footprints as you go, they're just like the concrete, the street itself slightly melting with every footstep. Who are you gonna pass it to, Taylor?
I'm gonna pass it to Darby.
All right. I think he's just trusting that Mac has figured something out.
Darby, you are getting a phone call on your Apple Watch from Winnie Knight.
All right. He's gonna. Is it like a? Okay. He answers it and like points it towards. Is just pointing his back towards.
Yeah.
Mac.
You tap the button. It's not a video call. It is simply just a regular phone call, and you hear the voice of Winnie. Darby, are you there, Darby?
I want to act under pressure to see if I can rub the duct tape off of my face.
Okay.
All right, let me see. Let's make this work. Fingers crossed. All right, that's an 8. Mixed success.
Amazing. Yeah. You start to kind of rub. You think, I cannot. It won't work. However, because of where you and Mac are positioned, you think there's a chance that if you got it the right angle, if you kind of like bent over a certain way, there's a chance Mac could rip or at least start to pull your duct tape off your mouth. And you might be able to do the same for her.
Okay. Yeah, I do that. I just scoot towards and just be like,
fantastic.
Face towards your hands, Mac, and I'm sending it to Mac.
All right.
Mac is mildly horrified for a second, seeing Darby contorted in such a manner. I guess gets the picture of grabbing it.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, help out, or
there's a phone call.
Pressure.
You want to like communicate with Winnie on the phone,
True.
and you think that Darby's probably trying to be like, you can do it. I say, I will let you choose: act under pressure or help out.
Either way, it's not good enough one for me. Let's see. Oops. Yeah. And go. 8. I
Great.
shank Darby in the mouth.
You pull Darby's duct tape back, but only enough, Darby, you could kind of do one of these, there's not really, you can make noise, but it's not fully clear.
Yeah. I think Darby's used to talking out the side of his mouth, so he can manage this.
Good.
There's like, Winnie, you hear me? Winnie?
Darby, what? Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Where are you? Are you okay?
Listen, kiddo, we are bound in
I can't understand you, Darby. I can't understand you. What are you saying?
We are bound in a tent in the woods.
Why are you camping? What's happening?
We are in the middle of a big military operation with the higher-ups in the Duskfall Society.
Okay, dude, what the hell? This is not the time to rub it in my face. I get it. I'm new. I get it. You have ins with all the big wigs. It's not
up.
What?
It is time for you to step up.
Am I getting a promotion?
You are gonna become the best.
Hell yeah, dude. Now we're talking. Thank you. You finally recognize my potential.
Winnie, get your axe, your mother's axe. I want you to bring that.
I already have it. I've been Well, admittedly, I haven't been like killing like demons and stuff. Like I'm not quite there yet, but I have been helping people.
Winnie,
yeah.
you've been doing a great job. I
Uh-huh.
need you to hightail it over to my side of the woods. And do I know where I am?
I mean, you're in the north side of town.
Okay. Head to the north side of town, head into the woods. There's a big complex. There's lots of lights here. And I just want you to follow this and be stealthy and quiet, like a mouse.
Like a mouth?
Like a mouse. Like on Christmas Eve when nothing was stirring but you.
Dude, you're so weird. Okay, I'll be there. Should I like bring anybody else? Like just me? What do you need help? Like what? Like
Bring anyone who if you want your town to survive this night and see Christmas Day, bring anyone willing to help you accomplish that.
Roger. Got it. Cool beans. Okay. Save the town. It's all on me. Winnie, you can do this. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna go talk. Oh shit, I didn't hang up. Okay. Bye, Darby. Okay. And then it hangs up. Who are you passing to, Jess?
Nels, go.
Okay. Nels like rolls on the ground as she's blown back by the crown and is gonna try to get up and keeps her gun pointed at the overseer.
You don't. So with the tent, you billowed out of the tent. She's still inside the tent at the moment.
Oh, okay. She's still inside.
Depending on what you do here.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
In that case, I want to read a bad situation to see if there's anything. I got a gun, but I don't know if that's going to be really helpful against this crown. So I want to see if there's anything else at my disposal that I could use to help me in this. And I rolled a 13.
13. Amazing. You have a specific question in mind, or do you want me to just kind of...
Yes. My specific question is, how can I get this crown away from this lady?
You remember the first time you saw the crown with that troll running through the carnival. It was holding it like a regular object, just like she was holding it in her hands like a regular thing. And it's weird because it's got all this power and you know, there's like all this like, you know, ancient lore about it, but in the end it's truly just an object. And you have no doubt that you could just, I mean, you know, dodging all of the attacks and all that shit is the hard part. But if you could maybe distract her, or maybe even like sneak up on her, or literally just overpower her somehow, as far as literally taking the crown, that's the easy part. You, with that in mind, there are a ton of, you know, hunters, these kind of like SWAT-esque hunters all around. Most of them are focused outward toward, you would assume Cal, but a number of other things that are happening outside of the camp. There are only like two or three, we'll say, hunters that are kind of like inside and like focused on what just happened with this, you know, blast and like looking at you. But Nels, and you don't know the bigger picture, of course. You don't know,
Right.
like, who's in on this or what's happening exactly or why she has the crown or how she got the crown or any of that. So I don't know. I guess I'll leave it to your judgment on how you feel about these other agents here.
I think that Nels isn't gonna back down, and she's gonna point her gun and...
The final thing I'll say is that as you're thinking about all this, you do hear the very faint voice of a teenage girl on the phone saying, "Okay, bye, Darby. and it's coming from the tent to your right.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'm gonna be like, what the heck? And I'm just gonna like reach over and pull the tent flap back.
And you do, and you see like Darby laying awkwardly sideways. Mac's like hand is kind of like on his mouth a little bit, and Mac's like there, like duct taped, looking up at you.
I can't leave you alone for an hour without you getting into trouble. Ugh. And I like go in and I seeing that they're tied up and like grab my boot knife and immediately like, and I say,
Okay.
found the crown and I need backup.
Amazing, fantastic.
It was Darby's fault.
And
We will-
I'm passing the ball to who's left. I think it's Carl.
Carl. It's Carl. Yeah.
Sorry, I always think of like from Walking Dead, and he's like Carl, and that's how I like try to find my voice.
It was that, Carl.
Cal, I'm gonna pass it to Cal.
Amazing.
Great. So what am I looking at here, DM? Am I?
Well,
I just shot these dudes with razor leaf, and now and some of them shot me, and presumably are continuing to shoot at me. I want to try to lose them in the trees. I think I want to not get shot anymore.
So here's the thing, and maybe I misled you guys a little bit here too, but this compound, it's not even really a compound, but it's kind of a little makeshift thing. It's not completely surrounded by forest. It's forest on one side, and on the other side it faces the town. It's just on the north side of town, so it's like on the outskirts right there.
Edge.
On the forest edge, thank you. So
glad I know that now.
Yeah, that's okay.
All good.
But Cal, I will say the one thing that you do see out here that is, the thing that takes you in the most is you see the flaming stride of Percy as she just confidently walks towards the camp. She's not that far away from you. Outside of that, I mean, there's buildings you could kind of try to dart into some alleys. Buildings are here. There's kind of this open kind of expanse of just gravel, and then there's the camp here. And this gap in between is maybe 60 to 80 feet wide. So it's not a ton, of space or whatever, but it is kind of an open no man's land before you hit buildings. But you and Percy are both the only two figures in that expanse right now.
Okay, and Percy is basically on fire and walking like a badass towards the camp.
Yeah. Very similar to how she was when she attacked you. However, she seems more stable and less frenzied.
Okay. And do I have the attention of the guards?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I want to, I guess, run into the town or try to circle around back into the woods if I can to just draw any of them away. Maybe throw out a few little fey fireworks with used magic behind me as just kind of an ongoing distraction.
Yeah.
But I think the best thing I can do is just draw them away.
Awesome. Cool. Roll me a let's just call this, I'll let you choose. Either act under pressure to ensure that you can get away safely, or help out to give a +1 to one of the other hunters, maybe Nell's, knowing that you're trying to distract them from her inside.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to help out Nels. That is a 9.
A 9, which means you give them +1, but you also expose yourself to trouble or danger. Sure. So
Makes sense.
you again kind of are dodging, dipping, ducking, diving, dodging, and once again a shot kind of skids across your back. Take another 1 harm, and you do give Nels a +1 though on her next thing.
Sis.
But yeah, and you kind of just get to the forest edge essentially, and you can see that although their attention is drawn towards you, Cal, and they're kind of looking out for you. None of them are like coming out from behind their like barrier, their safety. Specifically because although you are like the closest threat, there are still like monsters in the sky and everything, and like their assignment is to like protect, not to, defeat.
Makes sense.
Who are you passing to?
Who hasn't gone in a while?
It's all pretty
See,
even.
Neill. Okay, Nils. Let's pass it over to Nils since I just gave her some
Cool.
help.
All right. So I want to lead my backup, if they'll follow me, towards the tent and like square off with the tent. And Nels is not giving up. Nels is pretty locked into her goal. And so she's gonna approach the tent to try and fight their way through and get the crown.
Right. So, sorry, I was listening. After you emerge from Darby and Mac's tent, you can actually, as you leave there, you see that Stongo is outside of her tent. She is now wearing the crown.
Oh.
And there's a bit of kind of black magical energy kind of just surrounding her. You see a lot of the other agents have started like shifting away, moving away a little bit. So that's what you see when you emerge. That changes anything for you.
Yeah. Rather than using my gun, I'm gonna grab that mace that I grabbed from the headquarters earlier. And I wanna hit at the crown with my mace to try and whack it off her head. Trying not to hit her head in the process.
Okay, yeah. Roll kick some ass.
Okay. Ooh, fun. I haven't rolled kick some ass tonight at all.
Yeah, and that's like what Nels is good at.
Right? Okay. I got a 9.
A 9. Okay. So as you attempt to knock it off her head, she somewhat defends herself, throwing like up a little barrier between you and her. With a 9, I'm going to say that here's what I'll say. I'll give you a choice. You can either just like let your mace kind of go where it like wants to, and just kind of hit her a little bit. Like it's not gonna like hurt her too much because of the barrier around her, but it will give her a little bit of harm. Or you will likely take a little bit of harm as well. Or you can push through that barrier and actually try to. You will hit the crown off her head, but you yourself will take a lot more damage.
A lot more damage? Okay. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of room for a lot more damage. I will go with the first option.
Okay. So yeah, you and it just the barrier hits. You cause what does that mace normally do?
3 harm.
Okay. Come on, pencil. 3 harm. So we'll just say that the barrier is like a 1 armor for her, so it's 2 harm. And you will take 1 harm, ignore armor.
Okay.
As that magical effect kind of just shocks you a bit in the face. Shock is the wrong word, but just kind of smacks you in the face a bit, giving you a pretty bad headache.
And I call back over my shoulder, Mac! And pass the ball to Mac.
In this transition period of Mac exiting the tent, did Mac happen upon their weapons?
Okay, you don't see your weapons,
Son of a bitch.
but there is a third tent and standing outside of it, unsure of what to do as he stares at Stongo, you see Chuck.
Chuck.
Huh? Oh shit! How did you get out?
Shut up.
I was doing that. Look,
Shut up, Chuck.
I
We need your help, okay? You clearly seem just as upset by this visual over here with Stongo. Thanks a lot, Darby. So I need you to help us out. I need to gear up.
yeah.
Chuck.
All right, roll me manipulate someone. You get a +1 here.
Yes! Because of my feminine wiles.
Oh, Nels, did you add your +1 that Cal had given you? No, you didn't. Okay,
Oh,
we'll
I
go back to
forgot.
we'll go back to that in a second.
We'll rewind. It's okay. We're on VHS.
Yeah. So, okay, Mac, will come back to you. We get back. It's we see.
That's how it could have happened.
Yeah, we see the Watcher in the sky as he says, all universe. I don't have a voice. Anyway, so scratch what happened. That +1 would have put you actually at a 10 instead of a 9, making it not a partial success instead of a full success. So, you go ahead and I will say we'll call the advantage that you get here is to force them where you want them, aka the crown. So instead of doing any harm to her, you instead push through that barrier and the crown slides onto the dirt ground. Her energy just dissipates immediately, and she is just standing before you, a regular woman. And
I still call over my shoulder, Mac!
great. So that is all that has changed. Mac, you are over there with Chuck. You got a 9 on your manipulate someone?
I sure did.
Okay, they'll do it, but only if you do something right now. I feel like we've been here before. With Chuck. And what was the thing that he...
Yes, I had to show Chuck how I do my tracking.
How you track, that's right. Okay, this time, he says, okay, fine. Fine, get in there, get your weapons, but,
What, Chuck?
when all this goes down, when all the paperwork is filed and all this shit, I need you to back me up here, okay? I was just doing, because I'm about to disobey orders here, and when the council hears about this, I just need you to, I don't want to lose my job, okay? Are you in my corner? I'm asking you. Do I have your trust? Do I have your devotion? Do I have your loyalty?
Okay, devotion is a really strong word.
I threw it in there. I didn't mean devotion. I just, do I have your loyalty?
It's a really weird slip, Chuck.
Like
Okay, no, but I get it. It's fine. Yeah, fine.
Okay,
Yes.
fine. Get your weapons.
Okay, thank you. Darby, get in here.
And Darby runs.
All right, so Mac has convinced Chuck. The two of you get inside and grab your weapons. Mac, who are you passing it to?
Said Darby.
To Darby,
You're with
sure.
me.
Sure.
All right. So Darby grabs his weapons, and I think now's as good a time as any. I think he's just gonna throw a grenade at that explosive barrel we found, just to spice things up. And
Amazing.
I think as he pulls
You
it,
have a grenade?
he has grenades.
You've had
Yes, he
grenades this
does.
whole time. I love it.
Yeah. Anyway, but right before he does it, he's gonna drop this sick line. He's just gonna say to
Yeah.
Stongo, he's gonna say,
Hit me.
if you think this Duskfall Society needs to come out of the past, I say the future looks bright. Throws it, blam. That's what
Yes.
he wants to do.
Yes.
Some ass.
Kick
Here
some
we
ass.
go. That's a 9.
A 9.
Mixed success.
Mixed success. Bud, you do it real good. You blow it up real good. A little too good, one might argue. As you... It explodes with immense, just huge flames. All of you just kind of except for Cal and Percy, the other three of you just kind of like your ears are ringing. Everybody takes again, Nels, Darby, Mac, you all take +1 harm, ignoring
son of a bitch,
ignoring
Darby.
armor, and I think you even maybe get like knocked on your ass a little bit. And with that fire roaring now, Cal, you just made it into the forest. You see that explosion, and you see that like all of the monsters over the town are turn and look at this explosion and are immediately like drawn to it. They're like this is the activity. This is what's going on. Let's go over there. Those of you inside, your ears are ringing and whatnot, but you hear like, there's more, there's more, there's more, there's coming, more, fire, you know, just like guns. As you're kind of hearing, your hearing comes back to you, you kind of look up and you see that all of the hunters and whatnot on the perimeter are just shooting at these like monsters as they are now swarming towards the camp. And Darby, you'll pass it to Percy, being the only one left.
Yes. Yeah.
Percy.
Alrighty. So am I anywhere near that fire?
Define near. You're
Like,
still
near
outside of the
enough-
camp. It's on like
Okay.
it's inside the camp. You're outside the camp, but I mean you're near.
Near enough that I can get to it within this turn.
If you want to, you have to get inside the camp.
Yeah. So I want to
Okay.
get into the camp and I want to start going towards the fire with the intention of being next to or in it.
Okay, I will say that just walking into camp like this, you're gonna take some like attacks towards you.
Okay. Is there? Ooh, hang on a minute. First of all, Percy's gonna have another little internal conversation with Rekasug here, and tell Rekasug, I need you to call all of these demons to fight for us right now. I want you to, or maybe I should. Should I do it? Should I do it, Rekasug? Okay, I'll do it. You've convinced me.
There's somewhat of like a flame within you of just like, do it, you know?
Okay.
As kind of emerging from you, just the voice, Rekasug's voice mixed with your voice. What do you say?
I look into the sky and I don't think anybody else perceptively can see any kind of conversation happening here, but I imagine there's some kind of like demon telepathy that I can just megaphone up there into the sky and tell all of the demons present and everyone who can hear, would a worthy leader have lost your crown? Would you want to fight for that leader?
Ooh.
How about you fight for Rekasug, the one who your leader begged help from?
Phenomenal. I am going to say give me 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna say this is a use magic,
Okay.
and remember you have +1 here because of Rekasug's help.
Yes. Is that does that supersede or include my +1 for dealing with demonness?
It's yeah, they combine, so a +2.
Nice, nice. Okay. Oop, my dice thingy is being weird. Oh, okay. Hold on just a second.
No worries.
Whoa.
Y'all good?
Here it is. All right, we're gonna do weird +2. What did I get? 13.
13. Fantastic. No glitches as you In fact, here's the thing. You say that's like a telepathy of sorts. It may seem like that to you, but to an outsider, you literally, like, your flaming body is just calling out this, like, demonic, it's like this, like, speaking in tongues-esque, like, hellish language, as your flame burns brighter than ever. You are a beacon, and you feel the responses pouring in. Yes, Rekasag, our leader. You have swayed a good amount of demons to your side. Absolutely. That's fucking awesome. Who are you passing to now?
I am gonna pass to Cal.
You, Cal. Awesome.
Okay, so there's a lot of general demon shouts, I guess, and I just got shot, and I just heard a huge explosion in the camp.
Yeah.
And all of the monsters are coming here. Sounds like a real shit show, you guys. What are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do? All right. You said I had made it to the forest's edge.
Yep.
Are there any more of the Duskfall Society dudes who are shooting at me or pursuing me?
Not anymore. You seem like small potatoes at this point. They're focused on the horde of monsters that are now about to swarm the camp.
Great. Okay, so I will turn back and enter the camp through the forest entrance.
Easily. Nobody's guarding it from that side.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So can I find Nils, Mac, and Darby?
Yeah, you enter the camp. You see them right in the center of everything. Yeah.
Okay, so who has the crown in their
Crown
possession
is currently on the ground, kind of just in near the barricade, where everybody is currently, like, everybody's backs are to it, as they are, and by everybody, the hunters' backs are to it as they are facing the oncoming horde. But it is kind of perfectly in between Nels and Stongo.
Okay, can I run over there and try to snatch it up?
You can. Absolutely.
Great, I'm gonna use my supernatural speed to
Amazing.
hook it over there.
I'm gonna ask you to act under pressure for me.
Great. Oh no, that's a 6.
6. Mark experience. You rush in. You are fast. You are very fast. However, just as you are about to reach the crown, you are like maybe 20 feet away from it, which I know doesn't. You're not that close, I suppose. But you are closer than anybody else as huge ball of fire just. You get blown back a little bit because it's a failure, an outright failure. I am going to give you this is 2 harm. If you have armor, you can use it, but this is 2 harm as hellfire just blasts you back. All of you can see up in the sky. Apparating here with her scythe, you see Queen Basari now has entered the fray. It seems whatever barrier ward was kept out, was keeping her out, is no longer in play. You think it might have been some effect that Stongo had put in play, but without the crown, she has no power. Her ward is down, essentially. So Queen Basari has just attacked the Fae who was running at the crown. And Cal, who would you like to pass it to?
I'll pass it over to Nels.
Nels.
Nels turns, I think, and sees that this Queen Basari person that
Yeah, absolutely.
Percy was talking to has entered the fray and attacked Cal, and they're immediately concerned. Where is the crown now? Is it still on the ground? Did the blast move it?
The crown has stayed put.
Okay. Gosh. I think that she's gonna say, leave them alone. Why don't you try fighting somebody your own size? And she's gonna dart for the crown to try and get it away in hopes that that will take the attention away from Cal.
Yeah. Awesome.
She does not have superhuman speed, but
Right. Go ahead and roll act under pressure.
okay.
Kind of our go-to as you
Okay.
try to roll.
I rolled a 6.
Nikes.
2.
Okay. Go ahead and
Oh, but hey, I think I level up now.
good. So as you rush for the crown, she actually descends, lands on the ground right in front of you. The scythe just swings out at you, just slashing you across the kind of the upper chest. You will take 2 harm minus armor, and kind of step back just a bit.
Can I protect someone?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, you haven't taken your turn yet. If you want to jump in here.
I would love to if you're okay with that.
Absolutely.
Emma.
That's what it's for.
All right. Yeah, because Darby's pretty armored up, and
Cool.
he's gonna try to just step in between because he believes in his denim so much. So he's gonna try to like grab you and move you away, closer to your brother. So he's gonna try to push you on and take most of whatever that is.
Go ahead and roll for me.
Yes.
That's tough.
Is this? Yeah, there it is. Protect someone. 10 success.
10. Excuse me. On a 10, you get to choose the extra. So you protect Nels completely, but the extra is: do you want to suffer 1 less harm? Do you want to put all the impending danger on you instead of anybody else for the next round? Do you want to inflict harm back on the enemy, or do you want to hold the enemy back from the crown?
I think I'll hold the enemy back from the crown.
Awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
So, Nels, just as this scythe is coming across your body, you feel yourself get pulled out of the way. Darby is there. Darby, you will take the 2 harm instead of Nels.
Okay.
And in doing so, I think you actually just instinctively reach out and grab the scythe that Queen Basari is holding, and you just kind of struggle and pull her around the other side. She's still on her feet, but you immediately let go of the scythe because your pans are like start burning. But in that moment, you have put yourself between her and the crown, and she understands that she's gonna have to go through you to get to it. That's freaking awesome, dude. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and that will put us to Mac.
Oh, butts. Mac is gonna shit.
Right.
Yeah, Mike is gonna slink into the darkness and attempt to read a bad situation because a lot has changed in the last half second after that very lovely conversation with Chuck.
Sure.
So, as far as anyone else can tell, unless you're magical, you can't find Mac. And I'm gonna read a bad situation.
Okay.
An 8. I'm a mixed bag of success.
Sure. You can ask me any kind of general question that you'd like.
What's the biggest threat?
What's the biggest threat? Hey, that's a really good question, actually. There are a lot of threats. You have the horde of oncoming monsters that are going to just, like, attack everything in the area. You have, and I haven't answered your question yet. For the record, I'm just telling you all the threats, and then I'll tell you which one's the biggest. You have Director or Overseer Stongo, who at the moment seems like just a regular person, a very skilled tactical person, mind you. But you have this Queen Basari, who is very powerful demon. And yet, the biggest threat, Mac,
It's Chuck.
is whoever is holding the crown. All right? I will say that much. I know that's kind of a cop-out answer. I think Queen Basari is probably the biggest threat at the moment, but that could change instantly if somebody else gets that crown. That crown is the most powerful thing, and whoever wields it will be the biggest threat.
Oh boy. Got it.
So that's what you find out. Anything else for you?
I'm just gonna inch my way closer to the crown without being seen.
Awesome. And what's this feature you have where you can?
It's just pass without traits. I can conceal my movement from all beings except for the supernatural.
Pretty cool. Especially in this moment, Mac. So, yeah, you can make your way kind of through around the tents and then kind of slinking kind of beneath. You make your way to the crown. Here's the thing. The only people who see you in this moment are Cal and Queen Basari. And of the two of them, Cal's the only one who could actually possibly get to you. Basari is, specifically because of Darby's move, she cannot get to the crown at the moment. So, Mac, you would think that as long as you keep kind of stealthily moving, basically on your next turn, you can get to the crown.
Oh, but
You can grab that crown.
Oh no. Wouldn't that be
Unless
hilarious?
somebody else stops you.
Understood. I'll stand
But
very
again,
still.
Cal is the only one who can see you doing this out of everybody here.
Just give a little wave to Cal.
Speaking of which, so Jess, who are you passing to?
Are we all back to
Yep, anybody.
basically? Well then, Cal. I'm just gonna be like,
All right, pass to
Hey.
Cal.
Waves back. So Queen Basari has noticed that Mac is going for the crown. I just got blasted back by Queen Basari.
Mhm.
I don't know, I'm so close to death, but I kind of want to support Mac in getting the crown. Mac should have the crown. She's the only one without any like motive except to go to Best Buy and like check out like VR shit. So like, you know, everyone else wants to like do like, you know, fae or demon shit with it. So I don't know. I guess I'd kind of like to know the best way to help Mac get a hold of that crown.
Sure. Yeah, why don't I hate having everybody just read a bad situation for themselves,
do
even
it.
though like you kind of all are sharing the same information here in a meta sense. I will say if you want to roll help out, you could we can kind of narrate a way for you to literally help Mac get that crown. If you want to kind of be a second distraction of sorts from Queen Basari.
Okay. Let's try it.
Because at the moment, the only person, yeah,
I rolled a 10.
a 10 on help out. That's fantastic. A 10. Sorry, I gotta pull this little cheat sheet up again. Yeah.
So
you
that
get
means that, yeah, +1 on the
plus
roll.
1 on Mac's next roll. And we will just kind of narrate that to mean that the I'm sorry, I'm thinking of too many things at once here. You kind of make your way over toward Queen Basari, kind of standing there with Darby as kind of like a, you know, secondary defense to kind of protect Mac, essentially. And that is that for the moment. To be clear, you're not like right up next to Basari, like, you know, she could hit you right now. You're just kind of like there if you need.
I could hit her right now.
You could.
Like, she better watch it.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Who you pass it to?
Great. I'll go ahead and pass it on to Nels then.
Okay. Nell's also being close to death. Doesn't want to do something too crazy, but also, okay, so Cal is helping Mac get the crown. I think I wanna look and see if, so I know Darby has Queen Basari handled currently for the time being. Are there other, it's like, have any of the others like the is anyone else going for the crown, basically? Is there anyone else I can hold off?
The only person that seems like a threat here is Stongo.
All right, well then I'm gonna
It's
go back to
just
Stongo.
two badass ladies in their prime, just punching away at each other here. Hell yeah. What do you do?
Well, this time I would like to, man, I don't want to like hurt people, but I want to stop her. So I am going to try to whack at her again with my mace.
Sure.
I'm going to try to knock her out with my mace. What could go wrong?
Sure. I mean, I think you're somewhat of a tactical, like, I mean, you are the
I'm the veteran.
The veteran. I mean,
too old for
literally.
this shit.
Every time.
That's like the official tagline.
Yeah, it is. It's good.
Okay, so I'm gonna kick some ass.
Yes.
Okay. I rolled a 12.
12. You get your extra effect.
Ooh. Read those extra effects. Gain the advantage, inflict terrible harm, suffer less harm, force them where I want them. Okay, so I would like to force them where I want them, like Darby.
Okay. You force them away from the crown as you inflict, what is it? What's the mace do?
3.
3. The first blood on Stango. And you get harm done back to you. But she doesn't have a mace. She just has fists, and you kind of swing at her and kind of get her in the side, and she strong right hook across your face. That is 1 harm, but it ignores armor.
Okay.
And but in that moment, you kind of swing her around just like Darby did, and kind of get between her and the crown, so she could not get it right now. Who are you passing it to?
I'm gonna I'm gonna like wince in pain as I can feel my body failing, and I'm going to pass it to Darby.
All right. Darby's just gonna start this off with reading a bad situation. So using the tactical genius move. Here we go. That's a 7, mixed success.
Mixed success.
Yeah. So
I'm happy to describe some things to you, but if you rather, you can ask me a general question.
Who should have this crown right now?
Ooh,
I'm having a
good.
very difficult time. I sense that a big queen demon that like is trying to use people is not going to be the best.
I mean,
but it's general, but
yeah, the general answer, unfortunately, is
Darby's
one that
confused.
I don't know you're gonna love. But the general answer would be anybody but Basari and probably Stango, just knowing what she was doing with it already.
All right.
You would think that, I mean, you or one of your allies having it is probably a better bet than anybody else. And that's in the short term. In the long term, I can't answer that question for you. That's
okay.
Yeah.
In that case, he's gonna.
I'll add one more thing for you, Darby.
Yeah.
You have Queen Basari here. You can see that like the hordes are about to embark. Like these creatures are about to drop down. And just, I mean, they're already like in the sky above you, but they're starting to swoop down. But you also notice one other thing. You notice a flaming Percy as she stands outside of the gate. Technically, there's no gate, but outside of like the little barricade. But you can see her. She is a beacon right now. She is a flame, and she is she has a small battalion of demons at her back that look like they are ready to go for her on her behalf. Now, granted, the last time Darby saw this from Percy, she was not in her right mind. So heaven only knows what Darby's thinking when he sees this, but you do see it.
Okay. Gosh.
To be clear, I mean, your action, I mean, your kind of your turn was basically reading the bad situation, trying to figure that out. I will let you, like, do something as long as it's not technically like a move.
Right. I guess I'm just gonna say up to the queen, I'm just gonna say, hey, Queenie, we're gonna have to talk some things out, but I want you to know that there's some people back there that seem to want to talk something out with you too.
She just looks down at you. Insolent fool. You are painful.
I'm sorry, what?
She was about to take a swing at you, and she turns and she sees Percy. And in that moment, she flies up off of the ground, away from you. And she is, for the time being, no longer your problem, Darby.
That's fine with me.
Who are you passing to?
Who has not gone
It's
recently?
just
Is it Neill?
Taylor.
Oh no, it's Taylor.
So upon seeing Basari launch herself into wherever she's gone, I'm going to communicate with my demon entourage and say,
to be clear, Basari is coming at you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yes, so I'm going to, the little telepathic demon voice, I'm going to say, hurt no humans, hunt only the usurpers, and hopefully command them to assist me.
There are snaps and kind of angry grunts coming at you, but the sheer power that you carry with your name of Rekasug just bids them to follow your command. They're followers. They're either going to follow her or follow you, but they're not going to think for themselves. So they seem to agree to your command and shoot off to attack non-humans.
So once I say, does that count as my action, or
No,
do I still
no.
have? Okay, so
Yeah,
once
you
I
have a
say
move.
that, and they kind of like go out on their own little areas, I'm going to kind of hunch down onto all fours and start like bear running at Basari.
Awesome. She is coming down from above, and you are just, and you clash. Go ahead and roll me kick some ass.
Alrighty. Kicking some ass. Right here, I get a +1 to stuff. Or a plus, is it +2 because of demons?
You just get the +1 for the demon stuff. You don't get the other one. That's
I
only
thought it was
that's only
the
for use
demon
magic.
knowledge.
Yeah, the demon knowledge gives you the +1.
And then the +1 also because of Rekasug, right?
That's what I'm saying. The Rekasug thing only gives you for the magic use.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I got a 13.
Well, there you go. See, you didn't need it. So you got a 13. Amazing. And by the way, everyone, I don't know how advanced in level you guys are yet. If anybody has the advanced moves on any of these, please do chime in and let me know. But I don't know that anybody has unlocked them, or if you have, I'm not aware of that. You have to get at least 5 of the regular improvements before you can get the advanced improvements. So I don't know if anybody's got there yet. But to be clear, Percy, you can choose 1 extra effect in addition to causing harm to her. You take the advantage, giving you +1 forward, or you give another hunter +1 forward. You inflict terrible harm, which increases your harm by 1. You suffer less harm, or you force them where you want them.
Do I get the sense that Rekasug can absorb demons the same way that Rekasug absorbs Fae?
Unfortunately not.
All right.
Can't absorb demons, still can beat the shit out of them, though.
Okay. I am going to inflict terrible harm.
Okay, awesome. With that in mind, here's what I'm going to say to you. Your Rekasug Flames are basically 2 armor for you. Whatever other armor you had does not apply anymore. But you have 2 armor on. Keep that in mind. As Basari comes down at you with her scythe, swiping across, you basically take it full on, but hit back harder than she hit you. So she swipes at you. It's typically a 3 harm attack, but you only get 1 harm of that. And then,
as of right now, right? Because my new perk Berserk allows me to keep going in the fight no matter what. I don't take this harm until the end of the fight.
Whoa.
Yeah. Sorry. I sent that to you.
I know.
Zoom.
I skimmed it
quickly.
quickly.
There was a lot
No
going on.
matter how much harm you take, you can always keep going until the current fight is over. During the fight, the keeper may not use harm moves on you, and you cannot die when the fight ends. So, okay, so put that on a little tally mark to the side then. This is 1 harm. Mm-hmm. It won't apply until after. I love that, because that makes total sense for the state you're in right now. Very cool. You, however, are going to cause... So your Rekasug attack is essentially 3 harm, but you choose to inflict terrible harm, so it's 4 harm towards Basari. She covers 2 of it and takes 2 harm. Lots of math. Amazing. So yeah, swing, swipes you with a scythe, and then just huge like hell flames shoot up at her, which normally wouldn't hurt her, but they do sear into her skin quite a bit. Amazing. Who you passing to?
Nell's coming your way.
Nels.
All right.
Nels, I will say at this point, monsters just all kinds of. I feel like I'm a kid playing action figures. But that's basically what it is. Just tons of fae, imps, trolls, stomping on cars, smashing things, demons flying into their face and just like, carving it up, burning hellfire. All kinds of chaos has descended upon this camp.
Does it look like the overseer, like is there so much chaos that we look at each other and it's like, whoop, we should get out of here? Or is it like she's still gonna go for the crown?
She seems dead set on that crown because you think, she knows that it's the only way to stop all this.
Cool. I am not gonna let her get to it, so I'm gonna roll to kick some ass again.
Okay.
I'm ready to die on this hill.
All right.
I'm not letting her get it. Okay. All right, I rolled an 11, and because I leveled up, I learned a new move. The move is called Knocking on Death's Door. When I am unstable, I deal an additional 2 harm on all attacks. I'm attacking her for 5 harm with my mace.
Amazing. 5 harm.
I mean business. And I'm trying not to kill her, but to knock her out.
Well, you nearly do. She's barely hanging up 5 harm. Holy shnikes. You, sweep the legs, from underneath her, grab her, and then just pop her with your other hand, shove her back, and then just like drop kick. She falls back into the ground. Somewhere in that fray, she got another hit on you. It is 1 harm. Because you rolled an 11. Yeah. Okay. So
yeah. For my extra effect, I would like to take less harm.
Got it. Okay. Well then, there you go. You don't the punch comes, but you don't even feel it because you're just like in the moment. She looks horribly wounded, still alive, but she a normal person should stay down in this moment.
Okay.
So we'll see.
I'm going to pass it to Cal. I'm gonna like look around like, Cal, where are you?
Cool. Cal, you're up.
Right, what's the situation with the crown? Where we at? Who's close? Is
Mac
is
is
near?
right there. Simply because of the order that we're going in. It hasn't. She hasn't got it yet, but
Shit. Sorry.
she's right there. No. This is great. So Cal, I will say that with all these monsters descending, you do have other problems as you see a great amount of fae are starting to attack. Everybody, but specifically there are the fae have descended. They are they have completely overrun the Duskfall Society members. You see Chuck and Phil and all the other crazy people that I named.
Chad, Ren.
Janet. Yeah, and
Greg.
they're all like the fae. While the demons and whatnot are kind of having a war almost with themselves, kind of like a civil demon war at the moment. The fae are just taking the feast while they can, and they are just hungrily attacking these humans. Not that you have to do anything about that. I just wanted to let you know that's happening.
They can have them. Okay, I want to. I think I kind of want to get to the crown, and I want to bar. I want to use magic to ward this area from Fae. If I can.
Awesome.
To keep any of them from coming over and snatching the crown before Mac can take it and restore some sanity to this world, Mac.
So here's what I'm going to say. Because Mac was closer, and because you are there, I'm going to ask you this. You both basically are going to get there at the exact same time. You're both there. Either of you could reach for it in this moment. I'm going to let you kind of have like a mutual turn here. If you both want to go for it, I'll have you roll competitive, we'll just say act under pressure moments to see who can grab it. But otherwise, I'll let you role play exactly what happens here.
Do you want it? Or...
I will grab it and I'll hand it to her.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
And then I'll turn and look at these hordes of Fae descending and do like this huge like purple ward.
Okay.
Oh,
Sort of
shit.
keep them
All right.
away.
I will, here's the thing. I'm not going to call this big magic. It's just a ward. But I will say if you get anything outside of a full success, there's going to be some big consequences to this for you, Cal.
Okay. Great, let's do it. Why not?
Awesome. I love it. Go for it.
It's a 12. Haha.
It's a 12. Okay. Three multiple things happen in this moment. You hand the crown to Mac. You turn around and you huge purple blast of like bubble type energy shoots out. All the Fae, one Fae was about to like just rip into Chuck's neck, and then just gets pushed back. All of the Fae are pushed out of this area with the exception of yourself, Cal. Just so you know, there was gonna be some big consequences if you didn't get it perfectly right.
Launch myself out.
And I mean, yeah, or even like the Fae half of you.
Whoa.
But you didn't fail. So
Freaky old cow.
the Fae are kept away. You see two white eyes outside of this ward. The two white eyes you recognize to be polypers. There's no body, there's no nothing. You might mistake them for stars in the sky, but you know exactly what they are, and you know exactly that they're looking at you. The other thing that happens, though, the demons, now without the Fae in their way, are coming even closer. Like I said, there's a bit of a civil war happening. They're like kind of attacking each other and whatnot. But there's still a good amount of them that are just free and about to move about and whatnot. Specifically, the Heartless. Wait, the Heartless? Are those demons or are those Fae? Now I'm confusing myself. Hang on, I gotta do a lore check. Sorry, the Heartless are Fae. I meant to say we'll go with the Shadow Stalkers. Shadow Stalkers are descending with what little light is left from the fire, from the moon, from the broken spotlights. The Shadow Stalkers are just swarming their way in, and surrounding all of you. But in that moment, you see busting. All of you can see busting through the barricade, just crashing their way through. You see, like an old panel van, like some sort of like a. Maybe it's like a lighting, you know, electric truck, you know, kind of barrels its way through, behind which you see a bunch of pickup trucks honking their horns. And you see dozens and dozens of members of the town of Smalltown. Guns, axes, other like weapons that you might have seen from down in the headquarters. All of them just come barreling through. They're like, ah! You can see like, I mean, everybody.
Cavalry.
They hop out. They just start going nuts, running at like little imps and at like smaller demons, and a few of them like one of them like crashes their truck into one of the larger demons. And you see standing atop one of the trucks, holding an axe that's way too big for her. You see Winnie Knight, who says, "Give 'em hell!" And all of them start to attack. And we will go now. Who are you passing it to?
I'm going to
Cal?
pass it to Mac, both literally and figuratively.
Amazing. Mac, you're up.
Oh my. What do I do with it?
Put it on. Put it on and fix it all.
Oh. God. And Mac just kind of raises it over her head, looks over to Chuck, sees Chuck.
He's like,
utterly mortified, and just puts it on.
oh my god, yes. Mac,
Am I dead?
you die instantly.
Oh my god!
No, you don't. Mac, you put this crown on, and your whole body tingles. You just kind of feel the power pulsing over you. Mac, you have access now to magic. And not just any magic. You could use big magic if you want.
Oh god.
I will say this. When you put that crown on, every monster in the area turns and looks up at you. And you have just put a big target on yourself.
Cool. Fuck.
What do you do?
I don't use magic. Cow.
You have magic now.
Oh, you're magical, baby.
Oh my god, you're not helpful. Mac rolls for mental breakdown. God. So a monster communicate with something. God, can't I just I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of power
Mac
can
was
be
not built for this.
stifling. I'll say this: if you want to kind of hold off and let other people go and just come back to you, that's fine. If you just want to kind of like Mac literally is frozen in the moment and doesn't know what to do.
I think Mac is gonna at least try to like see like what can I do? Is like, can I literally? I think Mac's first thought would be like, can I make literally everyone fuck off? Like,
yeah.
go away.
Let's see.
Nothing to see here. I'm cool. I'm no one.
I would love you to roll me. This is gonna be a big magic.
Okay.
And so roll weird.
Oh, weird. Oh boy. Okay, I have a 9. which tracks.
9. Partial success on big magic.
Oh, balls.
Okay. You think you want everyone to just fuck off, and your eyes open and they are all black. Your hands just kind of fuck off, and they kind of go off to the sides, and immediately the ward that Cal had put up to keep Faye away just cracks, splinters away, broken. It is replaced by a newer black magic ward that just what you've done is you have now pushed out the monsters, the townsfolk, everybody except for you and your team.
So they just yeet Winnie.
Yeah, Winnie's. Yeah, they're all like outside of this barrier now.
Sorry, buddy. First big assignment. I just ruined it.
She had her moment.
Yeah.
You literally, there's no sky anymore. It's just this black like barrier surrounding all of you. It's like a 50 by 50 foot thing. So it's not that large. But inside the barrier with you are still Percy, Nels, Darby, Cal, Mac, Queen Basari, Stongo, and you also see, with your new magical crown, you see a figure floating that nobody else has seen, but instantly recognize it to be the Lord Polyper of Moonvale. So you've pushed the monsters and the townsfolk outside of this bubble, and it has worked. But Mac, because you're not used to this magical toll, and because you rolled a mixed success, you yourself are taking 3 harm from using that magic.
Fuck.
It drains the fuck out of you. You immediately, like, you're having trouble breathing. You're floating in the sky. You're having a bit of a panic attack. Your heart is pounding in your chest. You can't feel your feet. There's a lot going on for you right now as your body is starting to shut down a bit using this crown.
Cool.
But it's just you all plus 3 NPCs inside of this bubble. So who are you passing it to?
I only see who's left.
Oh yeah, it's just Darby left.
Oh, Darby, help! Hey, Darby. Look what I got.
Yeah, I think I'll just shut up like,
So cool.
hey, bud, you doing okay?
Eyes black, just go, nope.
All right. Darby doesn't know what to do either.
Could really use a fruit by the foot right now.
Yeah, couldn't we all? All right. So, I guess. Man. I guess I'm a little lost. I'm trying to figure out what the goal is at this moment. Is this read a bad situation?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. So that's a 9, mixed success.
Okay, so I'm trying to give this one to you for free, Jake. In general, what you see before you is Your ally has the crown. That's good news.
Yeah.
Bad news is she does not usually possess magic, and this is going to kill her if she continues to try and use the crown, especially if she tries to use the crown to, you know, well, regardless of how she uses the crown, you think that the crown, there's not, let me put it this way, there's not a clear answer here for Darby. You don't know who should have the crown long term. You don't know what exactly should be happening here. It's a little bit out of your depth. But what you do know is that somebody like you, somebody like Mac, even somebody like Nell's using that crown is going to have a toll on your body that likely you cannot come back from.
All right, I'm gonna yell out to Percy and Cal. I'll be like, y'all know those two things? And he's just gonna point at the queen and the mysterious eyes
that you can't even see, but you point anyway.
And okay, yeah.
You can't see them, but
y'all
that's
know
fine.
those things. And like, okay, they're
you know what?
not.
For the sake of it, I will say that Polyper within this dark magic bubble is no longer invisible. He has been pulled out of his
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
He was just a voyeur, but now he's actually in the mix.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, do y'all think they should have this crown back? And I'm just gonna ask that plainly to them, looking at my team. And we got a shaken head from Cal.
Well, they should. Well, neither one of them should have just the full thing.
Yeah.
I think if it's gonna go back to them, then it needs to go back in two separate pieces.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna look up at Mac and be like, if you're done, you can tap out. Hand it over.
Sorry, Mac. Sorry. I thought this would go better for you.
We're just like passing it around until
Yeah.
we can get a drink.
So he's
It's
just
very
got his
Guardians of the
hands
Galaxy style, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? You have to do it as a team. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool. That's pretty
out.
cool.
Yeah. I like
It was a fun bit, but
Oh, I thought you could handle it. You seem magical to me. I don't know.
Thanks, it's really sweet. And then I just, well, whenever I can, I'll eventually pass it to Darby so I don't
Okay.
All right.
extremely die.
So Mac, you we'll just say that was Darby's turn. Darby is yeah, that's fine. You know what? That's fine. Mac, you can for free just you remove the crown and you hand it to Darby. As you do, you slowly like descend to the ground. Your feet are back on the ground. Darby, you are holding the magical crown.
All right. I think he's just gonna do his best to break it over his knee.
Okay.
It's got a pocket knife.
Fantastic.
think
Darby,
he just-
with,
Yeah.
with your final move here, go ahead and I'm just gonna say kick some ass
Kick some
on the
ass.
crown. Kick some crown ass.
All right, that's an 8, mixed success.
Mixed success. Okay. Here's the thing. You go to break the crown. It's not it doesn't seem like it's gonna break that way. But so as you go to like break it over your leg, you stop right before you hit your leg. You realize well, actually, you know what? I take that back. You smack it on your leg. It doesn't break. It hurts your leg a little bit. With a mixed success, I will say this. Darby, you think you could break this crown in 2 pieces, but only through magical means. So if you put this crown on and you used magic to break it into 2 pieces, that would probably work, but this physical thing probably won't.
Oh God.
But because it was a mixed success, there was a
Yeah.
bit of failure there, and I will say that actually the failure is that it didn't work, so that's fine. That's fine.
Okay,
Who are you
that's
passing
fine.
it to?
Ooh, I'm gonna toss it. I'm gonna toss it to Percy, just because
Percy.
I'm hoping for the best, but I'm like,
Okay.
I don't have magic, but this person does.
Percy, you are engaged with, you are in battle with Queen Basari.
Okay, so in battle with Queen Basari, I would like to, if I can, take a moment to find Cal and make eye contact with him. Is it possible for me to do that mid-battle?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna look at Cal, and with my demon voice, I'm gonna say, "Let's race." And I am going to, if I can, try and get Queen Basari off of me and start sprinting for the crown with Cal, if Cal joins me in my race, and I'm able to do that.
Awesome. Awesome.
I'll just give a whoop of excitement and begin racing.
Fantastic. So Cal and Percy, go ahead. I'm just gonna say that you're both taking this turn together here. Now, are you actually racing, or are you just kind of running alongside each other to get there at the same time?
Probably a little bit of both, a little bit of friendly competition.
Okay. Well, I guess both of you roll me act under pressure. Let's just see who gets there first. Cal, you get a +1 on this because you have your extra speed.
And I just want to say, now that they are running at me, I think he's just gonna like kneel down and hold it above his head, like, someone grab it.
We both failed. We both failed.
That's amazing.
Wait. I'm gonna use another luck.
Okay. Cal?
I mean, I don't know. It sounds like I should. Yeah, I'll use
You don't have to. I just didn't know if you were like gonna up the ante with her or not.
Yeah, I'll up the ante. Let's do it. We're here down to the wire. I'll up the ante.
You both use a point of luck as you both dash forward. She gets the lead. You take the lead. She takes the lead. Darby's just standing there like so your arm starts to shake a little bit, like, oh shit. And at the same time, very anime style, you both grab the crown at the same time. And in that moment, all of you can see. Let me ask you this, Percy, Cal. Are you intending to do something specific here as you hold the crown?
It was my thought that perhaps the demon plus Fae interaction could potentially have been what split the crowns. So by asking Cal to race to the crown, we could split it between the two of us.
I love that. That's pretty much what I was thinking as well. I think that both of your presences on the crown, and two crowns appear where there was one. You both are holding on to a crown of chaos. You see Basari and Polyper both like look angrily like at the two of you, essentially, almost scared, almost concerned that maybe their reign could be at an end. Perhaps. Depends on what you do. That was your turns. I'm gonna let we'll say Ben, I'm gonna let you pass it to whoever you'd like next. Oh no, we lost Ben. Give it a moment. The cameras might mess up in a second. Oh boy, perfect timing. Okay, and as long as Ben's camera doesn't, nope, it's there. Okay, woo, we're back. We're back, baby. You there, Ben?
Hi, sorry, really bad timing for my internet to hiccup.
It was great though. I mean, I'm glad you're back
sorry.
at all. That's great. That's the good news.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I don't know if you caught all of that, but basically the two crowns, You
I did
pull the
catch
crowns
that,
apart.
and then we turn and look at Basari and
Uh,
Oliver.
Yes, and they look a bit scared of what may come from this. But you, Ben, go ahead and pass it on to either Nels or Mac.
Let's pass it to Nels. I think Mac has had enough of mine meddling in her life.
Good.
All right, I'm just gonna use my move to try to finish off the overseer. I just want to knock her unconscious just to finish that.
Yeah. As the two crowns are held there, she says, "You have no idea what you're doing. That power, that could have. We could stop them all. We could destroy." Amazing. You don't even need to roll. Fuck it. She's not fighting.
Oops. Well, I did anyway, and it was a 9.
Okay,
and I
great.
still do 2 extra harm.
Yeah, you
So it's 3 harm total.
knock her out completely. She is down for the count. I mean, with a 9, technically you're supposed to take damage, but she's not giving you any damage. She's done. So,
Okay.
You're fine.
I'm gonna like go join my team then. Like I'm gonna rush over to where Mac and Darby are.
Yeah. That black barrier is still surrounding all of you, for the record.
What the hell's going
The
on?
only 2 threats at this moment are Queen Basari and King Polyper.
I was too busy fighting that person over there. What's going on?
I made a bubble and now I'm dying.
Mac, what have I told you about bubbles?
It's very bad. I'm sorry.
I put a hand on their back and kind of pat them as I pass it to Mac.
All right, Mac.
Okay. All right. The queen lady. Is she approaching at all? And Max just like
They're not.
blurrily, like,
They're not.
looking around.
They're not approaching. They are holding their ground. They're not sure. They're like unsure of what is going to happen in this moment. And although it is Mac's turn, I will say we've kind of reached a stalemate here for the time being. So I may interrupt Mac's turn just with this, Jess, if you will allow me.
I was gonna say Mac is just gonna help
Okay.
whoever needs
Sure.
help.
We've reached the
That's all
point
Mac's
here where Cal and Percy hold the power. Both of you have the magical means of wielding these crowns without damaging yourselves. My questions for you, each individually, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the same thing, but my question is, I suppose, what do you want to do with the crowns?
Percy's going to put hers on. I think Percy's idea is that they would become the rulers of their respective realms and join in that way.
Yeah. Me too.
You look at each other, and this kind of silent agreement passes between you. And together, you reach up and you put on the crowns. In that moment, you hear Queen Basari, "No!" King Polyper screaming, the two of them reaching out towards you, but it's too late. The crowns have found their new keepers. The black bubble disappears, and you see now the town, Smalltown, all around you. The sun is starting to rise on the horizon. The two of you float there in the middle of the air as all of the monsters in town have just disappeared back to their respective realms. Your control over this magic, it feels electric. Whereas before you felt, your magic was kind of a part of you. this is not necessarily that. This is definitely a foreign element. This is definitely like a, it's like you're learning how to ride a bike for the first time, but you're pretty much naturals. And so it's kind of like you got to get used to it a little bit. But regardless of all of that, the magic here is just it's longing to be elsewhere, if that makes sense. You're you feel the call to be on another plane. If you are going to rule a realm, your soul wants to be in that realm, essentially. So as you two are dealing with this, the rest of you can see that the town, Winnie and all of the others, Rayshawn with like a shovel in hand, and Franny and all of the, I don't even have the list in front of me, but all of these NPCs from town, Bart and
Where's Chuck?
you got to get Sugar Reynolds in there. Sugar, of course. She's there with like a bunch. She's like 2 broken beer bottles.
I was gonna say, what's Sugar's weapon of choice?
Sugar's
That's
got
awesome.
broken liquor bottles in her hands. But they all have just been in battle with these monsters and come out the other side. Chuck is there. Chuck, as all this kind of comes to a calm, and the Christmas Eve sun rises over the trees. I would like to just kind of take a moment here to go around and kind of hit a bit of an epilogue here. But we'll start with Chuck, as Chuck runs over to you, Mac. Holy shit, dude. You were wearing that crown. Are you okay?
Yeah. Almost, maybe. I'm bleeding everywhere.
Where?
I think.
You good? You
I don't
good?
know.
Hang on, I got some gauze. Pulls out like
gauze?
like a wad of gauze and just like kind of dabs you.
Okay, cool.
Is that better? Does that help?
Are you trained in first aid?
No.
Oh. Gotta work on that.
Yeah, I'm more of like the business bureaucratic side of things.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I grab the gauze and just start cleaning myself up.
Okay, all right, cool. So Chuck is over there with you, Mac.
Cool.
Winnie runs up to you, Darby. You're welcome. Did it. We did it. Hell yeah, dude. High five.
Yeah.
Yes, we got a high five. All right. So, what do you think? I mean, like, what's my grade? What do you think?
I say you got an A+. You got the whole town together, and
yes, I
we
got an
couldn't have done this
A+.
without you.
Yo, Hux, you hear that? A+. A+. Cool. She heard. Cool. So what's next? Like, what? I mean, are we? What's the plan now? What's the, like? You mentioned like a promotion. Like, am I ready to like? Am I like full-fledged hunter now? Am I an initiate still? Probably not, because I mean I've been through this.
Well, we're gonna step up your training. I have a feeling it's gonna be just me from now on, if you're open to that.
Yeah. Sure.
Really?
Yeah, Darby. Yeah, you're the best teacher. Are you kidding me? I'd love to learn from you.
Well, I'd love to teach you.
I mean, but not like tomorrow, because I had plans. Although now I'm thinking, and she like turns towards the town, and it's like, my plans are probably canceled, actually. Darby, in the aftermath of all of this as well, there is a, some of the, Duskfall Society members and whatnot, they're all kind of talking. They're talking to Wilson. A lot of this is happening in front of you. They're talking about the Overseer and what now, essentially. And Nels, you hear this conversation as well. Well, the council's gonna have to vote on a new overseer, I suppose. But regardless of that, like, the hell do we do with all these people? They all saw beyond the veil. They all know the truth. Wilson says, well, yeah, that's true. They do. But, I suppose that's just, how it's gonna have to be. And he looks to you, Darby, and he says, I mean, wasn't a couple months ago we were looking for more help, with this branch anyway, right?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not a whole town of hunters?
And I think, and I think Darby's just gonna put a hand on Winnie's shoulder if she'll let him, and just say, "It's about time we brought this place up to date. What do you say, Winnie?"
Fuck yeah! And Wilson says, "Winnie." And he turns to you, Nels, Wilson. And you and yours are welcome here as well, of course. I mean, I know you probably got places you want to be, but just so you know, there's always a place for you here.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Sorry about your overseer. And she just gestures to the overseer who's unconscious on the ground, covered in blood and bruises.
Yeah. Nels, I think you maybe make your way. Mac, you and Nels both can see that Cal has been off on their own. Just kind of, I don't know, Cal, what do you think you've been doing? Just as all this has been happening.
Man, I think I'd have a little moment with Polyper.
Mm.
If he's going to threaten me, I think I'd probably turn him into a moth.
Amazing. Yeah,
And, like,
so
capture him like Gandalf catches the moth without like crushing it,
that's great.
and like put it in my pocket. Just like keep him with me. Like, we're gonna talk later, but you're a moth now.
Yeah. That's fantastic. I love that. But yeah, you do see Nels and Mac there.
Hey, Cal.
No,
I think it looks better on you, Cal.
I thought you'd do great, but it made your nose bleed.
I did about a medium grade, I'd say.
You did medium great.
Thank you.
You're
Nels,
gonna
I have
leave,
to-
aren't you?
I have to go away again, yeah.
You should know, she and Nels gestures over to wherever Darcy is, or Percy is, and she says, she's my great granddaughter.
Great.
So, you might want to say hello or goodbye before you leave again.
I'll see you again.
You
I'll
promise?
see you again soon, I promise. I'll come back here. And I'll see you soon.
And Nels
Don't
goes
worry.
in to hug them.
Yeah. Hug her. And I'll just whisper, don't worry about me. Take care of yourself.
I love you, Cal. She wipes away her tears,
while
sniffs, and
that's
kind of lets him go.
happening, Percy, Hux, Wilson, Darby, they all kind of gather around you. Wilson says, "Shit, you, nothing heavy?"
Honestly, I got so much adrenaline going through me right now. I don't think I would think that an anvil were heavy. I think I'm pretty good right now.
Percy, are you good with this?
Yeah. You know,
Because
I think I am.
we can find another way. There's probably some.
No, I don't think there is another way. I told Rekasug that I would be with it forever if he helped me get the crown. And I made a deal. That's what I have to do now. But good news is, I guess I'm in charge. So as long as I'm here, there will be no more nightmares waiting in the shadows for Smalltown.
I guess that's a good sign. At least not from Dovafale, huh?
Not from us, and hopefully not from the Moonvale either. I think we're pals. I think we're gonna try and form a little bit of a friendship, maybe even. So,
Well, sounds nice.
I mean,
Percy,
my mom checked in with me after being dead for long, so I'll come back, right?
Well, I hope you do. You know, you're always family here. And he kind of reaches around to give you a hug. You are still kind of swirling with this, like, kind of black, somewhat ethereal flame, but he doesn't really care. He just reaches in anyway, and doesn't hurt him.
Percy hugs him back and hangs on for a while.
Mm-hmm. Winnie eventually joins in that hug. She's crying. And Hux does as well on their side.
I need you guys to look out for Nana, okay? Oh, and can someone email my professor and tell him I'm not going to be coming into class anymore?
They laugh. They look out to Darby, who's standing there.
I think, yeah, Darby's just gonna say, I can work up an email for your professor.
And Nell's overhearing this part has said, I don't know if you'd be comfortable with this, but I can also I can look out for your Nana.
I would love that. And I think she would too.
Before you go, sorry.
No, I was just saying I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all of this.
Before you go, and Darby's gonna put together a packed little snowball. He's just gonna say, "Cool hands," and he's gonna throw it at you, and it's just gonna say, "Yeah." And I'll say, "I guess you don't need that anymore, but if you ever want to see the snow again, I'm happy to have a snowball fight with you."
The snowball like melts through Percy's fingers, and she's like soaking wet in a couple seconds, and she claps him on the back with her super wet hand, and it goes squeak. It was good getting to work with you, Darby. I think there's big things in your future. I'm seeing Principal Darby's monster hunting school.
Ha! Yes, one-shot sequel. Let's go.
I'll think about it.
Is there anything else anybody wants to address or do?
I think Mac's gonna want to like just hang back in whatever office is left and go through literally every single gadget.
Yeah, so in the coming weeks, or in the coming days even, we see Smalltown rebuilding under the eyes of Wilson Knight, who him and his husband Bo basically become like the unofficial mayors of town, essentially. Now that the entire town knows that monsters are real, he starts kind of teaching them about the Duskfall Society, and this is the first time ever that something like this has happened, but it seems like it may be an okay thing. Mac visits Best Buy, the last Best Buy in the world. We see Percy in Dovafale. finding the throne with your mother Victoria at your side, and knowing what that means. We see Cal in Moonvale, watching over Faye as they play games in the lush woods, with a moth kind of flittering around. And finally we see Nels, who on Christmas Eve sits with Susan, their the daughter they never knew, who is like 20 years older than them, but sits there and talks and tells the stories that they've missed from each other's lives. And that's where we'll go dark here on Monster of the Week Duskfall. Beautiful, y'all.
Yeah.
Got to go to Best Buy.
We got Best Buy in there. That's the important. That's the important
The
thing.
closure we all needed.
That's
in
it.
Best Buy.
That's the
Consumer
post-credit
therapy.
scene. Like after the credits roll, we have a 5-minute with just Mac and Best Buy.
Like a
It's-
slow
Yeah.
pan of Mac walking into the doors.
Hands
Chuck
up
is
Is
from Mac's
telling me
face
about all
to-
the new Zeldas.
Excuse me. Hey, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed this adventure as much as the rest of us. I know that. I mean, I think I speak for the 6 of us when I say that we had a lot of fun going on this journey. I've fallen completely in love with these characters, and I don't know what capacity we could ever bring this back in, but one day maybe there's a one-shot waiting. Maybe it's Darby's school for monster hunting.
Yes.
I want to thank all of you who've watched. I want to thank all of you who have played. This was very special for me personally. I love this game, Monster of the Week. If you haven't checked it out for yourself, those of you watching, highly recommend it. This book is so fun. I've played it multiple times in home games, but this was the first one on stream, and I love it. It's one of my favorites for sure. Again, thanks for watching. Make sure you follow, make sure you subscribe. I want to say a quick thing about just the future here, the next couple weeks for Ghostlight. We will be dark just for the next week, 10 days, something along those lines, maybe 2 weeks, somewhere in there. We're kind of resetting our new schedule for the coming year, and just with the holidays and everything, we're giving our people a break here. So just stay tuned on all of our social media, and also on our Twitch page, of course, where we'll be posting our new schedules for exciting new shows coming in January, new casts, new shows, new everything. So don't miss out on that. Again, the easiest way to do that is just to follow us right now. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, love to you all. Stay safe this holiday season. Make sure that you are loving each other and being kind to each other. And we will see you in the new year. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good night, everybody.